Chapter 56. The smallest planet appeared in Bing's hands. Take care to avoid the vital parts. But, other than Gu Xiaoyu, the rest were all determined people. Although their nerves were taut, they were not flustered. Bing's voice came from above. Bing was floating above his head. Are you sure? Bing looked at Tang Tian. Tang Tian only felt the scene in front of him change, and the surrounding scenery changed. He looked around blankly. He was in an endless dark wilderness. Countless fist-sized balls of light floated in the wilderness. They were densely packed, like a sea of light. Bing replied, "The army has a rule. Without reaching the 8th level, you cannot pass the recruit assessment. Captains need to be at least the 10th level, and colonels need to be at least the 12th level." Although the weak point arena was destroyed by Tang Tian, and was now empty, it was still suitable for training. "Tang, your strength is too weak." Bing's tone was stiff, but he seemed to be very familiar with recruit training. The Southern Cross Army's recruit selection criteria is the 6th level of strength and above. You are obviously not enough. Therefore, many of the trainings will be extremely difficult for you. This is the recruit training camp of the Southern Cross Army. Bing's voice was no longer stiff. His voice was filled with emotion. Every recruit will go through 3 years of recruit training here. Only those who pass can enter the army. Get beaten? His expression froze on his face. He stuttered in disbelief. Bing replied calmly. A ball of light bounced onto Tang Tian's back. The power was actually about the same as Tang Tian's own strength. Tang Tian felt as though he had been punched. He staggered. 3 years? Tang Tian was dumbstruck. What are you training for? It takes 3 years? Let him fend for himself. I have the duty to remind you. Bing said calmly, the recruit training is very cruel. It is much crueler than you can imagine. The Southern Cross constellation is the smallest constellation. The reason why it could produce such a top-notch army is because of its strictness and cruelty. The recruit training of the Southern Cross Army is the most cruel recruit training in the world. In our era, the probability of a recruit passing the assessment was only 9%. The mortality rate is as high as 26%. The balls of light around him attacked him like a storm. I've thought it through. Tang Tian's face showed a maturity and firmness that did not match his age. Come. Bang bang bang. Take a beating. Bing said indifferently, and with that, he waved his palm lightly, and the planets in the room started to spin quickly. The old man's expression did not change. Tang Tian's situation is rather special. He will receive specialized guidance. The heavy door was not as heavy as Tang Tian had imagined. It was slowly pushed open. Bing could feel Tang Tian's fighting spirit. He was silent for a while. The recruit selection criteria is the 6th level, but even so, the probability of passing is only 9% and the death rate is 26%. Right now, you're not even at the 4th order, so your chances of passing the test are very slim. Your chances of dying are very high. Once we start, I won't give you any preferential treatment. Have you thought it through? That sounds very powerful. Bing, how strong were you in the past? Tang Tian's eyes were filled with stars, and he was fascinated listening to it. Someone can do it. Bing's voice was stiff as usual. A constellation that has a strong martial artist protecting it will release even brighter light auras. I can feel that many constellations have astonishing light auras. In this era, there are also many strong martial artists. Unrivaled under the heavens? Bing tilted his head. Unrivaled under the heavens? How can he lose his encampment? A Maori suddenly looked around. Where's Fundamental Tang? Why didn't he come? Tang Tian opened his palm, exhaled, and pushed the door open. Tang Tian shook his head. There are only 12 constellations in the ecliptic. Leo constellation, Sagittarius constellation, and Aries constellation are currently the 3 strongest constellations. But the 12 constellations are not all very powerful. Scorpio constellation is very ordinary. But I have never heard of the 13th. Tang Tian was in so much pain that he cried out. Without saying anything, he used minute-collapsing fists to punch the dense balls of light in front of him. The old man's words immediately caused everyone to become anxious. So beautiful! Tang Tian muttered to himself. His face was filled with shock. Tang Tian's mind was already numb. Then aren't you guys unrivaled under the heavens? Seems like the snake army has been annihilated, Bing said calmly. Ophiuchus constellation was the strongest constellation in the past. It was also the only constellation that crossed the equator, the Milky Way and the ecliptic. The snake army was the strongest of the three armies. Bing was in a daze. Then come on. A godlike young lad, I will never retreat. Tang Tian raised his fist. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It is split into individual martial techniques and tactical qualities. Bing said calmly, individual strength needs to reach the 8th level. You need to be enlightened on at least 3 8th level martial techniques. There are 12 subjects for tactical qualities. Bing did not care about him. He continued, you have to think carefully. Once you open this door, you have to complete the recruit training. If you are unable to reach the standard of the 8th level in 3 years, you will never be able to enter the cross door again. Alright. Tang Tian did not hesitate. He nodded his head. The old man sneered in his heart. What special guidance? It was just something he used to fool the ignorant young lads. He did not have any good feelings towards those young lads with terrible talents. As for the power of blood meridians, he and Master Kong did not know anything about it. What guidance could they give? In the spacious room, there were many big and small planets floating in the air. The big planets were the size of baskets. The small ones were the size of pigeon eggs. They floated in the air and slowly rotated. They released different colored light auras. Some were dazzling and bright. Some were dim and dull. Some were azure and translucent. Some were as red as blood. Eighth level is just a recruit? Tang Tian stammered. His expression was sluggish. 8th level. No matter where he was definitely an expert. A true expert. Even in Heaven's Road, he was an expert with a name. Such an expert in the Southern Cross Army was actually just a recruit? The body's ability to resist attacks is a basic skill that any soldier must possess. In a battle, martial artists with high resistance will always have a higher chance of winning. The higher the level, the harder it will be to kill in one hit. Protracted battles will become the mainstream of combat. Strong resistance to attacks will allow you to maintain a clear mind even when you receive violent attacks. It will ensure that your attacks won't deform because of the attacks. It is the foundation of the foundation. Pay attention to the rhythm of your defense. Pay attention to the true power you revolve. Tang Tian pinched his fingers. Scorpio Army is Scorpio constellation? I've heard of it. Snake Army? Is it Hydra's constellation or Serpens constellation? Never heard of it? Bing's voice fluctuated again. Ophiuchus constellation is one of the 13 ecliptic palace constellations. In the darkness, there were many light spots floating. They were like stars. They floated in the night sky. It was an unspeakably beautiful dream. The old man's eyes flashed a look of satisfaction. Although these young lads had a lower starting point, they did not have the arrogance of the young geniuses from the big constellations. In 3 years, to reach the 8th level? Tang Tian's expression froze. He shook his head. Bing, that's impossible. Although I don't know how you guys did it, but I'm sure no one can do it now. How strong is this Southern Cross Army? The light auras that were like dots of stars suddenly became brighter one by one, and an extremely mysterious world appeared in front of Tang Tian. The old man looked at the 5 people in front of him and said solemnly, from today onwards, on the journey to Immortal Constellation Mountain, I will be the one guiding you in martial techniques. I hope you guys can learn well and train seriously. Bing said calmly, the Southern Cross Army was one of the 3 strongest armies at that time. The other 2 were the Scorpio Army and the Snake Army. Everyone had a look of realization. It seemed like Tang Tian's performance that day had moved Master Kong. Master Kong had decided to personally guide Tang Tian. Everyone's doubts disappeared. They started to listen to the old man seriously. It can make me stronger, right? Tang Tian was not afraid. He raised his head and asked. Bing's indifferent and stiff voice rang out above Tang Tian's head. Accompanied by Tang Tian's screams, It was like a long time ago. Bing's stiff voice had not finished speaking. The light balls around Tang Tian were like sharks that smelled blood and rushed over frantically. Tang Tian was shocked. Hey, Bing, I'm here to train, not to get beaten up. Even the recruits were at the 8th level. The light balls all bounced off. Tang Tian clenched his fists with a serious face. Since others can do it, I can definitely do it too. Yes, the Southern Cross Army's recruit training. Although it is the most cruel and strict training, but as long as you can complete it, it is definitely the most effective training method in the world. Bing's voice was stiff as usual. Tang Tian's jaw dropped. After a long while, he said, "Don't tell me there's an army stronger than you guys? Ophiuchus Constellation? I've never heard of this constellation before." Tang Tian was stunned. Although your talents are not bad, but due to the limitations of the surrounding environment, Wuan Star is after all a peripheral planet. There are few martial techniques, and their standards are not high. So compared to the same age and talents of youths, your standards are slightly worse. Big and small planets, there were tens of them. Together, they formed a beautiful and dreamy picture. Is there really someone who can do it? Tang Tian looked at Bing. Bing shook his head. It's Ophiuchus Constellation. But before Tang Tian could retract his fists, bang bang bang, a few light balls shot out from the weak points and struck Tang Tian's chest. Tang Tian retreated a few steps. Bing's stiff voice did not have any undulations. 8th level? Tang Tian thought he heard wrongly. All right, then let's begin. The old man's face was solemn. They believed that the old man was not lying. In fact, they knew that too. Although their strength was considered not bad in Star Wind City, but compared to the other planets in Heaven's Road, it was definitely not much. Where do we start? Tang Tian was eager, without any fear. Chapter 57. The cold voice of iron and blood resonated in the wilderness. Yes. The martial artist revealed a look of admiration. Minister said, "The chances of success this time is very high." Bang bang bang. Minister is currently in closed-door training and will probably come out at the end of next month. The martial artist was slightly regretful. If she knew that you are here, she would definitely be very happy. After a long journey, they flew for a full 2 months before arriving at Immortal Constellation Mountain. The other guy could be a Blood Meridian user. You can throw him to the outer barracks. Find a poor and tough outer barracks. Let the Blood Meridian user struggle on his own. Master Kong said casually. In the dazzling rain of light, Tang Tian's expression was abnormally focused and did not dare to be distracted. Any distraction, and the outcome would be very tragic. Just now, because Tang Tian was slightly distracted, he was directly hit in the nose by a ball of light, and now there were 2 lines of nosebleeds below his nose. Master Kong was stunned, and his face revealed a look of joy. Is she going to break through to the 8th level? The old man's eyes revealed a look of disdain. Tang Tian did not even step out of his room for the past few days. What was he training for? In the carriage, other than Master Kong's room, the rest of the rooms were pitifully small. Other than meditating, it was impossible to train other martial techniques. That's right, you can't defend against all the attacks, but don't you defend? You should use all your strength, all your potential, and block a few more attacks. Block even more attacks. The more attacks you block, the less attacks you have to endure, and your chances of survival will be higher. Don't look down on me. I am a godlike man. Tang Tian intentionally stared at a Maori. Bing's iron blood merciless voice continuously drilled into Tang Tian's ears. Upon entering the recruit barracks, Bing seemed to have changed into another person, iron blood merciless. Han Bingning and the rest were then enlightened. Han Bingning said a few words of concern, and the rest immediately felt an immense pressure. Tang Tian was already so powerful, and yet he still trained so hard. What reason did they have to be lazy and waste time? Let's go, let's get off the carriage. A Maori urged. That's great. That's great. Lord Kong's face was filled with joy. If his sister could advance to the 8th rank, that would mean that the Kong family's strength would explode. He hurriedly said, "Don't disturb her. This time, I sent a few talented newcomers over. Their talents are not bad, and they have the intention to come to Immortal Constellation Mountain, so I specially sent them over. Bing, who was in the sky, muttered to himself, to start such hellish training at the 3rd level, what kind of freak will he nurture? A Maori relaxed and laughed. That's right. Like I said, a godlike man, who can defeat you? Sure enough, Tang Tian's method was very effective. The balls of light that were bounced off were like billiards, bouncing off many of the balls of light that were pouncing on him. The pressure on Tang Tian decreased sharply. No one cared about Tang Tian anymore. Master Kong believed that Tang Tian had most likely destroyed the weak point arena because of the power of his bloodline. This could also explain why Tang Tian wasn't weak despite his poor talent. Innate bloodline users would always have some sort of power, but the power of the bloodline was always very strange, and could not be stimulated by ordinary powers. This rascal had most likely offended the minister's brother. The weak point arena had cost Master Kong a lot of effort. If he used this as the price to discover a rare genius, Master Kong would not feel it was a pity. But if the weak point arena was destroyed, and only one innate bloodline user was found, Master Kong would feel a little heartache. Sima Xiangshan and the rest secretly decided that from today onwards, they would immediately double the amount of training. No one dared to have any ideas on the carriage of the Honorable Martial Alliance. A Maori shouted from the side, "He's training too hard." "Is your minister here?" Master Kong smiled. Bing's change was too obvious. Although this rascal was a little dumb previously, he did not have any aggression. Now that he was so fanatical and excited, what was going on? Ever since he entered the recruit training camp, Bing was like a different person. Although his words were still cold and stiff, but his actions were filled with an indescribable feeling to Tang Tian, as if he had suddenly found his target. The ball of light was just the size of a fist. Using the eagle claw technique, he could grab it with one claw. More importantly, the eagle claw technique's attack rhythm was extremely fast. From then on, Tang Tian paid special attention to protecting his vital parts. Tang Tian was like a target. Countless balls of light came one after the other, and continuously hit his body. The power of these balls of light was just right. It caused Tang Tian to feel a piercing pain, but did not cause him to faint immediately. But there were still balls of light that penetrated through Tang Tian's defense and hit his body. Every time this happened, the crane body in Tang Tian's body would automatically revolve and dissipate more than half of the power, but it would still leave a bruise. Just like what Bing said, the darkness before the dawn. In Tang Tian's heart, Bing was definitely a pervert. He was not cute at all. This fellow was a fanatical and iron-blooded pervert. Even a godlike young lad could not take it. So pitiful. The martial artist immediately replied. He had already made up his mind to pick the worst and worst camp for Tang Tian. Master Kong. A martial artist came forward with a respectful expression. Bing raised his head and looked at the crescent moon in the sky. When the sun rises, you can rest. But you have to take note, the closer it is to dawn, the more pressure you will face. Thank you, Master. The martial artist immediately replied respectfully. To be able to have fresh blood to replenish was a very good thing for the Immortal Constellation Mountain. Tang Tian lamented in his heart. Housefly cow, you are looking down on all the perverts in the world. The sun rose from the horizon of the wilderness. The balls of light were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, the first crane body could not hold on any longer and collapsed. The second crane body sensed the danger. It slowly rotated and continuously absorbed the power of the balls of light. To him, Tang Tian's current strength was only because of his blood meridians. Lacking talent and lazy, he only knew how to boast. The elder had seen too many of such people. Tang Tian stubbornly resisted. He slowly grasped the trick. When resisting the balls of light, if he added some force, it would bounce back at a faster speed. This way, he could knock away some of the balls of light that were flying towards him. You have to take care of your rest. Going too far is as bad as falling short. A Maori said with concern. Not bad. You found a way to deal with it so quickly. Bing's cold and stiff voice had a tinge of excitement. I'm fine. It's just that I trained too hard. I'll be fine after some rest. Tang Tian's heart warmed. He forced a smile. In his tone, there was a tinge of excitement and fanaticism. When Tang Tian thought about the training that he had to continue tonight, he had the urge to cry. This kind of boastful person, other than boasting, was destined to be a mediocre person. The moment his fragile nose was hit, Tang Tian almost lost his resistance. His entire body suffered over 30 hits before he regained his senses. Tang Tian cursed in his heart, "Darkness, you perverted soldier. I need to remind you, during this period in the Southern Cross Army back then, there were basically 6 people who died every month because they received too many attacks." Han Bingning frowned. "Tang Dun, are you not feeling well?" The journey was peaceful. Bang bang bang. His mind was filled with thoughts. How could he rebuild a weak point martial field? Or perhaps he could create an even more powerful weak point martial field. "We're here," a Maori said with concern. "Fundamental Tang, you look terrible. Are you sick?" Every day Tang Tian endured it. "Bing, that asshole, not only did he not give me any face, he became even worse." Tang Tian's entire body was covered in injuries. Bing's training was getting more and more perverted. Every day, Tang Tian was covered in injuries. If not for the bamboo queen bee glue on him, he would be in an even worse state. After the recruit training camp opened, Tang Tian had to enter the cross door to train every day. But he did not expose him. Such a mediocre person, let him fend for himself. Tang Tian did not understand. But he did not have time to think about it. More and more balls of light were coming to attack him. The best was the eagle claw technique. A Maori pounded on the door with force. He was excited. "Fundamental Tang. Fundamental Tang. Come out quickly. We're here." Both of his claws were blazing with flames. In front of him, the balls of light collided with the fire and bounced off. When the carriage stopped, everyone revealed looks of joy. After staying in the carriage for 2 months, everyone felt extremely bored. At the same time, they did not dare to slack off. In his hands, the eagle claw technique continued to increase in speed. Every claw of Tang Tian's gradually had a sharp piercing sound. As for his subordinates, they did not even think about Tang Tian. A Maori and the rest thought that Tang Tian was undergoing a special training. No one disturbed him. On the contrary, everyone was secretly encouraging themselves. Tang Tian had already used the weak point fighting grounds to prove himself. They could not fall behind. Bing's voice in the sky seemed to be extremely cold and emotionless under the contrast of the crescent moon. But the number of balls of light continued to increase. The pressure on Tang Tian increased. When Tang Tian finally could not hold on any longer, his defensive line crumbled. Countless of light balls rained down on his body. His screams spread far and wide. "Pay attention to your defensive area. Didn't you learn a few martial techniques? Any martial technique should be able to be used for offense and defense." Could it be that this was his mission to transform his body into a spirit? Tang Tian clenched his teeth and held on. He did not even have the chance to reply. The light in front of him was like a weave. When the balls of light swarmed him, it was like a ball of light suddenly blossoming in front of him. Tang Tian quickly realized that Minute Collapsing Fist and Broken Shadow Palm were not useful here. Although Minute Collapsing Fist was powerful and heavy, its attack frequency was too slow. Although Broken Shadow Palm covered a large area, it could not be controlled. It was unable to effectively protect the vital parts. This is the darkness before dawn. The room door opened. Tang Tian's face was pale. He was at a loss. Have we reached Immortal Constellation Mountain? When Tang Tian appeared, everyone was surprised. Tang Tian, who was in a daze, fell to the ground and fell asleep. Tang Tian clenched his teeth. His eyes were wide open. He exerted all his strength. His claws that were enveloped in flames became even faster. Only then did he manage to block the attacks of the balls of light. Tang Tian, who was in a mess in the torrential rain of balls of light, did not notice the changes in the true power in his body. Tang Tian replied weakly. Chapter 58. Don't tell me you still want to pretend to be young? Hey, uncle, people need to know their place. Although you don't want to admit it, but under the contrast of the youthful and tender, godlike young man, your original appearance as an uncle who has gone through the vicissitudes of life has nowhere to hide. Tang Tian was oblivious as he flicked the ball of light away and shouted loudly. Bing became more and more perverted, as though he had changed into another person, as though tormenting Tang Tian had caused him to accumulate thousands of years of passion, and suddenly burst forth. Tang Tian quickly parted ways with a Maori and the rest. No one was surprised, as they had long said that Tang Tian was going to the outer barracks. To everyone, although Tang Tian was going to the outer barracks, but now that Master Kong had placed so much importance on him, he would definitely be heavily groomed. Although Tang Tian's true power had reached the third level of perfection, to Bing, the quantity was there, but the quality still had room for improvement. And the crane body could not be used as he wished. To Bing, this could only mean that the training of true power had not reached perfection. He decided to continuously attack, to temper the crane body in Tang Tian's body. But Tang Tian's improvement far exceeded his expectations. Under such a terrifying intensity, the eagle claw technique that was tempered had long surpassed the conventional definition of perfection and reached an even higher level. The eagle claw technique in Tang Tian's hands was already not inferior to any ordinary rank 4 martial technique. The biggest improvement was the crane-style Qi manual in Tang Tian's body. Although it was Bing's first time seeing the crane-style Qi manual, but with one look, he could clearly see its advantages and disadvantages. You don't know about this. The bearded man showed off. In the past, the higher-ups had detected that there were treasures here, but in the end, after searching for half a month, they still did not find anything, and the leader was a silver-ranked martial artist. Following the conversation between the two, on the ground below them, started to appear, densely packed like a beehive, with no end in sight. About 20 years ago, there was once a group of very powerful star spirit beasts, suddenly appeared in Immortal Constellation Mountain. At that time, the losses were severe. After investigating, they found out that the star spirit beasts had appeared from there. The higher-ups were very worried that something like the beast tide would happen, so they decided to reactivate the Big Tomb outer barracks, to act as an outpost. The bearded man explained. Tang Tian was not frightened at all. He laughed. Looks like you are really ignorant, uncle. Let this godlike young man open your eyes and let you know the vastness of the world and the endless fighting spirit of a young man. And this time, Bing was surprised at Tang Tian's improvement speed. Tang Tian's improvement speed far exceeded his expectations. Where was his previous dullness and stupidity? Bing, who could not even speak for half a day previously, now loved to yell at the top of his lungs. As long as Tang Tian's performance was slightly worse, he would scold him mercilessly. Uncle. Bing Bai's face darkened. Bing's perverted training caused Tang Tian to struggle in a life worse than death. So unlucky, every time I come to this broken-down place, I am always on tenterhooks. In the cabin at the front of the carriage, a man dressed in a white honorable martial robe could not help but scold. His martial robe was embroidered with a black line, signifying that he was an official iron-ranked martial artist of the Honorable Martial Group. Tang Tian's arms danced very quickly. The sky was filled with screams, the balls of light in front of him, as if they had collided with a wall of fire. The strong force kept on rebounding. That's true. The man with the crew cut was rejoicing. Luckily I was not sent to this broken-down place that year. The Honorable Martial Group's Immortal Constellation Branch Chief was a silver-ranked martial artist. Bing, who was in the air, squatted down, his saliva spraying wildly on top of Tang Tian's head. Uncle, vicissitudes of life. Bing's face was full of black lines. Tang Tian's singing stopped abruptly. The screams were earth-shattering. The so-called beating training was not something he came up with on a whim. It was as if, in one night, Bing's body had found its soul. All the balls of light turned their bodies and looked at Tang Tian's position. On the 9th day, the difficulty of Tang Tian's training had already reached the highest level of difficulty. Actually, it's not that there are no benefits. The bearded man said, the higher-ups also know that ordinary people are not willing to go. But whoever goes to the Big Tomb's outer barracks, even if they have not been promoted to an iron-ranked martial artist, after 3 years, as long as they continue to stay there, they will all enjoy the treatment of an iron-ranked martial artist. Many of the newbies who do not have much strength go there. It's not bad, just that it's a little boring. Previously, Bing did not think of opening the recruit training camp until Tang Tian asked him if there was anything he wanted to do. Then he was truly touched. After sleeping for so long, so many of his comrades all turned into broken pieces of the terracotta figures. Only he himself, the terracotta spirit, woke up. That's true. The man with the crew cut nodded. The iron-ranked martial exam is so difficult. If your strength is not enough, you can go there to get the treatment of an iron-ranked martial artist, and your family will not have to worry. Accident? What accident? The man with the crew cut was stunned. They were all thinking in this period of time, they must work hard. The next time they meet, they must not let this crazy young man pull even further apart. Bing looked at the sky full of claw shadows. His heart was secretly shocked. Previously when Tang Tian was training, he had always been secretly observing, but with his experience, Tang Tian's training efficiency could only be considered average. This was because Tang Tian's talent was terrible. I am puzzled. Why would the higher-ups set up an outer barracks in such a desolate place? The man with the crew cut had a face full of doubt. Only such a tenacious fellow would be able to endure such a perverted training. Genius young lad? Bing said coldly. There has never been anyone who dared to call himself a genius young lad in front of me. Isn't that so? To a chief instructor of a super army who had handled over 460,000 recruits, with regards to the speed of training, Bing had long reached the point of perfection. Tang Tian did not know. The difficulty of his training, even in the era of the Southern Cross Army, was considered to be relatively high. Tang Tian did not go and strike up a conversation with them. He completely did not have the time. Although Bing's tone was light, it was extremely domineering. Silver-ranked martial artist. The man with the crew cut exclaimed, "Don't tell me it's the department head?" Iron-ranked martial artists were the lowest-ranked martial artists in the honorable martial group. If a newcomer passed the newcomer assessment, he would automatically become an iron-ranked martial artist. Of course, if the newcomer's strength was valiant, after passing the bronze martial assessment, he could become an even higher-ranked bronze-ranked martial artist. His eagle claw technique, after these few days of training, was extremely sharp. His 10 fingers were like hooks, bringing along a bright red flame, bringing along a mournful scream. Raise your head, bullshit. It's been 10 days. You actually only improved by this little? Can you be even more stupid? I have handled 463,619 recruits. Every one of them is stronger than you by 100 times. With your standard in the army, you can't even reach the standard of an errand boy. If not for Tang Tian, Bing would not have thought of such a method. Bing did not understand, why would the army encampment land in Tang Tian's hands? This kind of place, no one would be willing to go. The man with the crew cut did not understand. Compared to the previous bitter training, the current hellish training, the efficiency was even more shocking. Specialized in training the recruits' little farts. Bing's empty whiteboard, a black line, like a wave, flashed past. To be traumatized by this fellow was truly embarrassing. In the boundless wilderness, all the balls of light suddenly stopped, and every ball of light appeared a pair of blood-red eyes. Did you not eat? Let me tell you. If my subordinates dared to train like this in the past, I would definitely beat the shit out of them. Bing looked down, his stern and cruel voice entered Tang Tian's ears. Using very bad to describe it might not be accurate, it was extremely bad, the worst Bing had ever seen. Tang Tian once again boarded a carriage, but compared to Master Kong's Pegasus carriage army, this carriage could only be described as wretched. From the second day onwards, Bing quietly increased the difficulty of the training. Beside him, another iron-ranked martial artist with a full beard consoled him. We are still all right, it's just that this trip here, this bunch of new recruits are in trouble. How is that possible? The bearded burly man shook his head. That was a long time ago, I also heard it from a senior. Because that place, the concentration of energy is much denser, It would be a pity to waste it, so the higher-ups simply built an outer barracks there. But it's a pity, the environment there is too vile, it's dangerous to go in and out, so no one is willing to go there. That place used to be in a half-abandoned state, until later on, an accident happened. But Tang Tian's strong willpower made him rather shocked. Woo woo woo, Uncle Bing, Uncle Bing, Uncle Bing, yo yo yo. He has a little bit of vicissitudes, he has a little bit of sorrow, little vicissitudes, little bit of sorrow, little bit of sorrow. Tang Tian used an extremely unpleasant voice to sing loudly. You did not offend anyone, why would you be sent here? The bearded burly man shook his head. Usually people who offend important people will be sent here. These people will never be able to become iron-ranked martial artists, and are destined to guard this place for life. But a pity, it was a perverted soul. Come on. Let this godlike young lad show a little fart like you, what is called a genius lad. Tang Tian was calm and fearless, roaring continuously, his hands moving extremely fast. On the first day, Tang Tian held on until daybreak, and only at the last moment did he announce that the line of defense was lost. Tang Tian did not retreat, his hands were not slow at all, and he retorted sarcastically, "Ha! I thought you were an arrogant big shot in the past, so you're just a little fart who specializes in training new recruits." Tang Tian was not sent alone. Along with him, there were 7 other 13 to 14-year-old youths. These youths did not seem to be in a good mood, their expressions were gloomy, and all of them were silent. But until Tang Tian started the recruit training, then Bing was shocked. Bing was not surprised that Tang Tian could hold on. From the start, Bing thought Tang Tian would definitely be able to complete the recruit training, just that it would take a little longer. In a short period of time, he already had a good understanding of Tang Tian. Tang Tian's tenacious willpower had long caused him to be moved. No wonder. The crew cut man was enlightened. I was just saying, why would the outer barracks be built in such a godforsaken place? The ball of light rushed towards Tang Tian like a tide. That's right, no one was willing to go, but someone had to go. So, you understand, it is a place of exile. The bearded burly man said. Bing, who was in the sky, froze. After a moment, his black face turned into a sinister smile. Let us see, who is the vicissitudes of life, who is the sorrow? Chapter 59. The youths were shivering, their faces pale. The 2 iron-ranked martial artists' faces were filled with sympathy and ridicule. He was curious, what would the outer barracks of the Honorable Martial Alliance be like? Hearing old Fart Wei and the rest praise the Honorable Martial Alliance to the skies, Tang Tian had a lot of expectations for the Honorable Martial Alliance. He and Maori had separated in a hurry, and during that period of time, he had been tormented by Uncle Bing every day. Once he left training, he would be in a muddle-headed state of exhaustion. Everyone seemed to have awoken from a dream, and hurriedly flew forward. Tang Tian followed behind unhurriedly. One by one, the youths flew across the river. A knocking sound came from the door, and an impatient voice came through. You're using the Aquarius Martial Cabinet too? Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Bang bang bang. Everyone's eyes widened. Was this guy crazy? Jing Hao glanced at the newcomers and said, "Follow me." This discovery made Tang Tian's blood boil. "Are you challenging me?" "Yes." The 2 iron-ranked martial artists ran away. Tang Tian was puzzled, but he did not meddle. He did not plan to stay in the Honorable Martial Alliance for long. He planned to wait for his rank 3 martial techniques to be trained to perfection, and then go find Chia. Everyone hurriedly activated their light body techniques, and followed closely behind. Tang Tian's 8 steps overtaking Cicada attracted everyone's attention, and even Jing Hao looked at him in surprise. Rank 3 light body technique? We've arrived? Jing Hao brought everyone to the side of the waterfall, and countless water vapor rushed towards them, and the sound of the water was deafening. Jing Hao's body suddenly lit up with a faint aura, and he actually followed the waterfall, and rushed towards the other side. Everyone's gaze immediately became incomparably passionate. The soaring boots of the pony was a very practical treasure. It could greatly increase the level of light body technique. This kind of treasure, anyone would like it. No one would complain that their light body technique was too good. A strong light body technique could allow them to have the initiative in battle. Yes, 8 steps overtaking Cicada. Tang Tian laughed. The two of them sighed. The rope was not long, and after about 10 meters, they walked on a rock path that was as thick as an arm. Tang Tian looked down at his feet and saw that it was completely suspended and was filled with densely packed, crisscrossing rock paths. These crisscrossing rock paths were like the meridians of a beehive and were very peculiar. With one glance, Tang Tian was actually unable to see underground. How strange! Didn't he offended? The bearded man also heaved a sigh of relief, his tone full of regret. Otherwise, with Master Jing Hao's strength, how could he have fallen to such a state? Walking out of the room, he met a few youths along the way, and Tang Tian could not help but frown. Before, he did not notice, but now he realized on the faces of these youths there was actually some fear. Tang Tian was very surprised. In his mind, to be able to enter the Honorable Martial Alliance, the youths should at least be like a Maori and the others, high-spirited and full of vitality. Tang Tian did not like the people in front of him, and the unfriendliness in their eyes. Tang Tian could see it with one glance. This guy could only grab the rope and use his hands and feet to climb down. Tang Tian could not be bothered to talk to them, and just stood on the rope, gently floating. Finished speaking, he walked forward, and the crowd hurriedly followed. The ground was filled with densely packed caves of all sizes, and when some places were stepped on, there would be hollow echoes. Many people's faces were somewhat pale. After a few leaps, they arrived in front of a cave. Only then did the crowd realize that the cave under their feet was somewhat different from the other caves. The door of the carriage opened, and an iron-ranked martial artist shouted, "Get off!" Pa, jumping off the bed, Tang Tian raised his arms and shouted excitedly, "Tangan, go, go, go!" The faces of the newcomers became even paler, and Tang Tian asked curiously, "What's down there?" When Tang Tian opened his eyes, he only felt relaxed and energetic like never before. This was the first real rest he had since entering the recruit training camp. He slept for 18 hours, and all his tiredness disappeared, and all his injuries recovered. That pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars, dazzling and blazing. Tang Tian muttered in his heart, this place was filled with a depressing and gloomy atmosphere, which made Tang Tian instinctively dislike it. Jing Hao did not say a word, and soared into the sky. There was a chuckle in the crowd, and the others showed contempt on their faces. Jing Hao secretly shook his head, and looked at Tang Tian, as though he was looking at a dead man. Without the strength of a rank 4 martial artist, it was impossible to survive here. But he did not plan to meddle in other people's business. So strong. The youths looked at each other, but no one moved. Seeing that, Tang Tian took a step forward, and was the first to step out of the car. The cave was not completely dark. The walls were covered with a kind of glowing moss, releasing a faint light. Luckily, everyone's eyes, as compared to ordinary people, were much sharper, and only needed this bit of light to see through everything. As expected of the Honorable Martial Alliance, a random outer camp actually had such a powerful expert. Inside the cockpit, the crew cut man was relieved, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Master Jing Hao's aura is too strong. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking, to actually put Master Jing Hao here. A rope was tied to a rock at the entrance of the cave, and the other end went deep into the cave. "Come out. We're here. Hurry." Following the river, not long after, a gigantic underground waterfall appeared in front of Tang Tian. On the other side of the river, there were many houses, and it looked like a small town. No wonder. Tang Tian stared blankly at Jing Hao, who had reached the other side of the river. He was completely shocked by Jing Hao's strength. Jing Hao's strength, compared to the Mr. Wu from the Mystery of Soul's Palace and the Jing Hao in front of him, was far weaker. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. What powerful strength! Tang Tian stood firmly on the rope, relaxed and at ease. At this time, the other people's gazes then noticed the unremarkable bronze boots on Tang Tian's feet. He could not see such things on these people, although they were still young, but they gave Tang Tian a feeling of lethargy. Everyone only felt an extremely sharp light blade, cutting the waterfall in half. The crew-cut man and the bearded man immediately retracted the smiles on their faces. Master Jing Hao. A total of 8 newcomers have all been brought. In the darkness ahead, Jing Hao's displeased voice came. What are you standing there for? We've brought them all. The bearded man hurriedly said, because we thought that the next time we come, it would be 3 months later, so this time we specially brought an extra month's worth of supplies. Tang Tian excitedly clenched his fist, his body slightly trembling due to the excitement. He did not know why, but his body was full of fighting spirit. In Star Wind City, it was impossible to meet such a strong martial artist. But this place is not bad. What a strange place. Jing Hao lightly looked at Tang Tian, ignored him, and said to the 2 iron-ranked martial artists, "You can go." Jing Hao's expression slightly relaxed, and nodded, "You guys are considerate." With that, he walked to the open cargo carriage, and with a wave of his hand, the mountain of supplies was immediately swept away. Tang Tian did not say anything, and jumped down. Jing Hao, who was on the other side of the river, suddenly felt something, and raised his head to look at Tang Tian. Not long later, the carriage soared into the sky, and disappeared without a trace. Jing Hao's expression was indifferent. Where's the supplies? The stream of water that was like a sharp blade was forcefully sliced apart by Jing Hao. Jing Hao's speed was extremely fast, constantly flying between the rocky paths. The others were already dazzled by the complicated rocky paths. Very quickly, the sound of water came from ahead, and as they continued to move forward, a raging underground river appeared in front of them. If you fall, no one will save you. Jing Hao's cold voice came from the front. His goal was Heaven's Road, and the Honorable Martial Alliance was just his temporary residence. When Tang Tian walked out of the carriage, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. The expressionless Jing Hao's mouth curled into an undetectable smile, with a trace of playfulness. Death Lair? Jing Hao said, and then activated his movement technique. Not long later, a small town appeared in front of them. A group of burly men blocked the entrance. All of them had unkind faces, and looked at the young men with ridicule. Jing Hao did not stop and went straight in. So powerful. The underground river was about 80 m wide. The water was plentiful, and the sound of the surging water covered all other sounds. Tang Tian's shout sounded out in everyone's ears. He raised his head and looked at the gigantic beehive-like mountain, his face filled with passion. If we can climb to the peak, the scenery will definitely be good. In front of him was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. The mountain was majestic and winding, but what made Tang Tian's hair stand was that the entire mountain was filled with densely packed caves, looking like a gigantic beehive. A gust of biting cold wind swept past the hollow of the mountain, releasing a terrifying howling sound, as though there were countless of monsters appearing and disappearing in the mountain. No one can reach the peak. A cold voice sounded out behind him. Fortunately, the rest of them had regained their senses. They naturally could not be like Jing Hao and cross the river. The sharp-eyed people quickly discovered the protruding rocks in the waterfall. These rocks were like stone pillars, allowing them to fly across the river. "Ha! Brats, take out all the good stuff you have and hand it over. Don't wait for me to search. Then if you lack anything, don't blame us." Without saying a word, Jing Hao bent down, like a nimble bat. The tip of his feet lightly tapped on the rope, and disappeared into the darkness. Seeing that, the other newcomers quickly followed. Some of them revealed expressions of watching a joke. The rank 3 8 steps overtaking Cicada was known for its explosive power, but flying on the rope was extremely difficult. A sharp-eyed person exclaimed, "Soaring boots of the pony." The surging river water flowed down. The snow-white foam was like a pile of snow, appearing and disappearing. "This is the opponent I want to surpass, the opponent I want to defeat." Tang Tian looked towards the direction of the voice, only to see a middle-aged man dressed in gray martial artist clothes appearing behind him. The symbol on his body showed that he was a bronze-ranked martial artist. When Jing Hao walked past, the burly men lined up. The leader was a baldy with a fierce look, a face filled with a sinister smile. Tang Tian was startled. He immediately stood up and opened the door. Chapter 60. Who knew? The moment Tang Tian's feet touched the ground, his entire body was like a spring, immediately bouncing up, without even taking a breath. A golden square palm print, with astonishing power, whistled through the air. There was no light, no sound. Tang Tian's right fist, under everyone's mocking gaze, struck the King Kong palm print without any fancy moves. The crane body energy in his body suddenly burst forth. But it feels so good. Figures were sent flying, wailing and wailing could be heard everywhere. Pa pa pa. They were actually a bunch of paupers. Sharp and fierce, nothing could stop it. The rest of them were silent. A layer of ripple that was hard to see with the naked eye spread out from the golden King Kong palm print. Brother Biao's gaze swept across Tang Tian, his eyes immediately revealing a greedy look, and said, "Seems like you have a lot of good stuff on you, no wonder you can't bear to part with it." Releasing true power could actually produce so many changes. Eagle claw technique. Tang Tian, who was in mid-air, changed his fist into a claw, like a goshawk hunting a rabbit, pouncing straight towards the bald man. Tang Tian's eyes lit up, his fighting spirit rising. To be able to see different martial artists, different strong martial artists, this itself made him excited. "But do you really want me to do it?" The bald man sneered, suddenly took a step forward, his face full of ferocity, his body like an iron tower, made people fearful. Tang Tian looked at the bald man in his hand, looking as though he was not willing to throw the bald man away. It was so strange, so unbelievable. Little ruffian. Brother Biao was stunned, and immediately became furious. No one dared to call him a little ruffian. No, honorable martial alliance martial artists, how could they be poor? They must have hidden the good stuff. Tang Tian did not know where he found a small stool, and sat on it with a face of satisfaction. Bang bang bang. With that, he was like an arrow leaving the bow, and pounced towards Brother Biao. Tang Tian, who originally planned to have a good fight, was a little dispirited, and simply started to check his spoils of war. One by one, the burly men were stripped naked, and were casually thrown by Tang Tian. One by one, the naked burly men piled up like a human pyramid. Consecutive joint technique. As expected of a rank 4 palm technique. Brother Biao snorted, not panicking, and welcomed Tang Tian's figure with both palms. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and the true power in his body. He did not dodge, nor did he slow down. Tang Tian's eyes turned cold, and his right fist unknowingly retracted to his waist. The explosive power of 8 steps overtaking cicada was fully displayed. The Vajra palm was an extremely representative palm technique of the metal element. It was known for its fierceness, and when cultivated to the extreme, the Vajra palm could easily break through metal. For the martial artists of Honorable Martial Group to be in such a state, it was a disgrace. Thinking about how rich Master Kong was, that weak point arena made Tang Tian drool. These rascals did not even have a single bronze treasure on them. They were so poor. The other youths kept quiet out of fear, their faces were pale, and obediently took out their things, and threw them on the ground. The baldy only felt his vision blur, and Tang Tian's afterimage appeared in front of him. The baldy was shocked, and with a flip of his elbow, his King Kong palm struck outwards. Tang Tian, who originally thought he could reap a bountiful harvest, suddenly realized he had fought for nothing, and was naturally not in a good mood. After a while, a row of wooden frames were lined up, and on every wooden frame was a naked burly man. He clenched his fists, with a sinister smile on his face, his iron tower-like body stretched out, and his palms emitted a golden aura. The dense gold attribute true power made the other youths' faces even worse. Many of them heaved a sigh of relief, as though they were relieved of a heavy burden. Tang Tian muttered to himself, "I thought the outer barracks would have some high-level people, but it's just a bunch of ruffians." Brother Biao's attainments in King Kong Palm were obviously profound. But why was Brother Biao at a disadvantage? The rank 3-minute collapsing fist, how could it be a match for the rank 4 King Kong Palm? Everyone was silent, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Impossible. Every one of their strengths, even if they were not at the 4th level, They were at least at the third level. How could they not see the disparity between the two? Brother Biao was at the fourth level of perfection. The distance to the fifth level was just a layer of paper, but Tang Tian was obviously only at the third level. His unkind gaze swept across the surroundings, and Tang Tian noticed a pile of wood in the corner. Luckily he did not resist just now. The baldy brother Biao, who was scared out of his wits, suddenly felt that Tang Tian's claws had slowed down, and his heart relaxed. The opponent was already exhausted. The baldy immediately gathered his remaining strength and shouted, "Everyone, let's go!" Tang Tian's every step was small, but after a few consecutive steps, the astonishing explosive power caused Tang Tian's speed to reach the extreme. If the baldy was still awake and heard this, he would definitely have the heart to vomit blood. Every day he was tortured by Uncle Bing to the point that he wanted to die, but had no way to retaliate. Tang Tian was actually rather unhappy, even if he knew it was training. After a night's sleep, his entire body's energy was completely recovered, and his entire body seemed to be filled with endless energy. Now that he met someone to challenge him, Tang Tian's suppressed fighting spirit for so many days immediately became like a spark thrown into a pot of boiling oil. The claw and palm collided. The square palm print that was as hard as iron crumbled into countless of fine golden sand and disappeared in the air. Then, the baldy was swung up. Not long later, the young lad carried a bucket of water over. This brat. What exactly was his background? Tang Tian's body did not move an inch, and the baldy brother Biao retreated a few steps before stabilizing himself. With a few simple movements, Tang Tian felt that he was already in his best condition. He stopped, his body slightly bent, his gaze locked onto brother Biao, and said in a deep voice, "Hey, baldy, you dare to challenge a young lad who is like a god of war, you're finished." The golden wall of light, with a shocking speed, enlarged in his eyes. Tang Tian exhaled and punched out. Brother Biao's gaze suddenly landed on Tang Tian, and squinted his eyes. "I never thought a tough one would come." Tang Tian, who was fighting excitedly, did not have the slightest intention of letting the baldy go. His figure flashed, and his feet stepped on the aerial stake steps. Like a bone maggot, he appeared beside the baldy like a ghost, and under the baldy's panicked gaze, he placed his hand on the baldy's shoulder. As he moved, Tang Tian did not forget to sigh. "Really, I haven't been a school tyrant for so many years." King Kong Palm, rank 4. Brother Biao's heavy and huge body was like nothing in Tang Tian's hands. The eagle claw that Tang Tian had honed in the recruit training camp was extremely strong. His 5 fingers were like hooks, and the shrill sound of breaking through the air was like the cry of countless eagles in the sky. All the hairs on the baldy brother Biao's body suddenly stood up. Not caring about anything else, his 2 palms that were wrapped in golden light were like a seal, and his figure flew backwards at the same time. The scene that was happening in front of them completely challenged the common sense in their minds. The golden wall of light that was as hard as steel was like snow, exploding with a loud bang. A figure that was extremely fast, like an angry arrow, pierced through the golden wall of snow, straight towards brother Biao. When Tang Tian stopped, the baldy in his hands was already rolling his eyes, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. In the spacious dirt field, a row of wooden shelves were spread out, and a group of youths were standing far away. Only Tang Tian was leisurely sitting there. 3 golden palm prints, split into 2, forming a triangle, headed straight for Tang Tian. This move was called first grade Vajra, and it was extremely difficult. Although the Vajra palm was strong and fierce, but it was slow, and everyone knew that. The 3 golden palm prints in the air, with a buzzing sound, formed a golden triangle, like a whistling wall of light. Its power increased explosively and crushed towards Tang Tian. Baldy brother Biao's face changed, cold sweat dripping down his back. No one knew the power of a first-grade Vajra better than him. In his hands, this move had never failed before. But the opponent actually used a rank 3 martial technique to forcefully smash a first-grade Vajra into pieces. Biao brothers suddenly roared, fiercely bouncing off the ground beneath his feet cracked. Borrowing the power from the spring shoes, his entire body was like a cannonball, whistling towards Tang Tian. Everyone stared blankly at Tang Tian. Tang Tian casually pointed to a youth. "Go get a bucket of water." Tang Tian, who was sitting on the bench, was like a reclusive underworld boss, with a face full of sorrow. "Really, I have not been a school tyrant for so many years." The crane body activated the killing move, Mega Avalanche. The other 7 youths were all dumbstruck. They stared blankly at the big man who was wailing in pain, and then stared blankly at Tang Tian. A few of the youths who previously mocked Tang Tian were so pale that there was not a trace of blood in their faces. In front of Tang Tian's claw, Baldy Brother Biao's palms formed a line of defense, like tofu dregs, suddenly smashed. "Brat, you're dead." In front of Tang Tian was a pile of corpses, but Tang Tian's face did not have a hint of happiness. Baldy grinned and said, "I like people who know their place the most. Don't worry, follow me, Brother Biao, and you'll have food to eat in the future." The golden wall of light came crashing down. It was unstoppable. Minute collapsing fist. The youth was shocked, his face turned pale, but after hearing Tang Tian's words, his face regained some semblance of normalcy. He did not dare to say anything, and immediately went to find a bucket of water. Brother Biao's face was gloomy. The true power in his body was circulating crazily. He had decided to beat the despicable brat in front of him into dregs. Here, other than Master Jing Hao, no one could disobey Brother Biao. Tang Tian stood up straight and started swinging his arms, stretching his body, and muttered, "I haven't fought for a long time." Those big men who heard Baldy's call and pounced towards Tang Tian were all hit by Brother Biao, who was swung up by Tang Tian and flew far away. Tang Tian still threw Baldy on the ground and muttered, "Why is he so weak? Isn't he at the 4th level? Seems like this brat is a fake." Brother Biao's face changed. He squinted his eyes and started to size up Tang Tian again. It was just a fist, but he immediately realized he had met a tough opponent. How could a rank 3 fist technique be so strong? Could it be that this brat was intentionally hiding his true strength? The palm and claw clashed, and Baldy Biao brother only felt a piercing pain in his palm, as though countless of small knives were drilling into his palm. But at that moment he could not care about anything else, and borrowing the force, he took the opportunity to roll backwards. Brother Biao was always in a state of alertness. Tang Tian's fist just now had filled his heart with caution. But, to be able to become the second in command of the Big Tomb's outer barracks, he completely relied on himself. He had rich battle experience and was full of confidence in his own strength. He had already touched the doorstep of the 5th level. As long as he entered the 5th level, he could become an iron-ranked martial artist. He was naturally ruthless to others and ruthless to himself. Others had abandoned themselves, but he still trained hard. As long as his strength truly reached the 5th level, he could leave this damned place. Chapter 61. Tang Tian's spirit was immediately roused. Tang Tian's eagle claw technique could only be described in one word: fast. His speed was beyond peerless. In the beating training, if he was slow by even a little bit, there would be light balls that would heavily hit his body from the weak points, leaving behind a bruise. And he had to withstand the torrential attacks of the light balls for more than 6 hours every day. With such a perverse training method, the eagle claw technique that he had honed was naturally extraordinary. Tang Tian looked at the spirit general and said in a deep voice, "Senior, if you want to test me, then come. I will prove that I have the ability, and will not disgrace them." Tang Tian grinned, "Don't worry, I will definitely come out." Brother Biao was awoken by a bucket of cold water, and then he regretted waking up. "Spirit General." As he walked, he placed his hands together and muttered, "Senior, whatever relics, treasures, martial techniques, give them all to me. I will definitely not disappoint Senior. This godlike young lad is the best successor. I will work hard to bring glory." But what Tang Tian did not expect was that the Spirit General's attack was actually not inferior to his. Brother Biao's cheeks were streaming with tears, who was the one who said that the Honorable Martial Alliance were all fat sheep. Towards this kind of person, Tang Tian respected him very much. Brother Biao then reacted, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. It's all there, your technique is so clean, so powerful. A sharp ear-piercing impact sound came out, and Tang Tian felt a sharp needle-like true power drilling into his fingertips. As he continued to go deeper, the surrounding stone walls started to have sporadic scars. These scars were like words, but not like words at the same time, extremely sloppy, but seeing it, Tang Tian was secretly speechless. The surrounding stone walls were extremely sturdy, and it was not difficult for him to break a piece of it with one punch, but to want to write as he pleased, he was definitely unable to do it. We really did not? Brother Biao said with a trembling voice. Ding. There is a very powerful spirit general inside, we have all tried, but we could not defeat it. Brother Biao explained. Baldy did not lie to him, he could feel that in the depths of the tunnel there was a faintly discernible qi. Although the aura was erratic, it was dangerous. Tang Tian repeated Brother Biao's words. Almost without hesitation, Tang Tian turned sideways, his 5 fingers forming a hook, and went straight to the left. His 10 slightly bent fingers were like 10 iron sickles. Every time they swept through the air, they would create a shrill whistle. The spirit general looked at Tang Tian indifferently, as if he did not hear anything. The depletion of true power was very obvious, and the frequency of the spirit general's attacks started to show an undetectable decrease. Tang Tian's intuition was sharp, and he immediately noticed the change. If not for the fact that he had the crane body to dissolve the true power that entered his body, any ordinary martial artist who met with such strange true power would be at a disadvantage. Although the spirit general's strength was only at the 4th order, its attack method was too strange, causing its strength to be much stronger than ordinary 4th order spirit generals. Ding! The pure green flames were less turbulent than before, and more elegant. Tell me, where did you hide my secret treasure? Tang Tian's voice drilled into Brother Biao's ears. Fist gloves upgrade. Tang Tian's eagle claw technique might not be the strongest out of all the versions of the eagle claw technique, but it was definitely the fastest, and it had already reached the highest limit of the eagle claw technique. But Tang Tian was in the recruit training camp, and was ravaged by countless of light balls every day, so he gradually honed his keen intuition. Most of the time, the eyes were not reliable, sometimes it was hard to catch, and sometimes it was the opponent's intentional confusion. The flames enveloped both palms, and the black metal gloves flames had an additional green color. This method was not taught to him by Bing, but by himself. He realized that as long as he maintained a deep tranquility in his heart, his intuition would become extremely sharp. Realizing the benefits of intuition, Tang Tian consciously began to train. Beating training was not only suitable for tempering the true power in the body, it was also suitable for tempering intuition. Tang Tian looked at the tunnel in front of him with a face of surprise. This place seems to have been here for a long time. Brother Biao's face revealed a trace of happiness. Let this bastard go in. If he was killed by the spirit general inside, Brother Biao's head was full of fog. Your treasures? Tang Tian bowed seriously and said, Senior, I'm here to retrieve your treasures. Although you're still protecting these treasures, but you must be unhappy, they're buried in the dust and can't display their value in battles like before. Treasures that can't release light in battles, what a pity. This was also the reason why Tang Tian was able to last longer in the beating training. Tang Tian felt a strong force surging from the gloves. Rays of true power flowed along Tang Tian's fingertips and continuously drilled into Tang Tian's body, but were all absorbed by the crane body. Don't try to trick me. Tang Tian looked at Brother Biao with a face of disdain. Such a big pile of things, there's not even a single bronze treasure, not even a silver-grade card. Who are you trying to trick? How can a person from the Honorable Martial Alliance be so poor? Let me tell you, don't think I'm an amateur. The Honorable Martial Alliance people are all rich. In the beating training, Tang Tian was facing balls of light. It was like a rainstorm. If he wanted to use his eyes to catch them, it was an impossible task. Brother Biao immediately panicked. Suddenly, he thought of a place and immediately said, I remember now. I remember now. There's a place with treasures. The frequency of attacks from both sides was astonishing. In a short period of time, there were more than 300 rays of true power, like a clay ox in the sea, disappearing into the crane body in Tang Tian's body. The mournful shrieks were unprecedentedly concentrated. The splashing of energy hit the stone walls. In a blink of an eye, the stone walls had many scratches, finger holes, and broken pits. One man and one spirit, wherever they passed, the surrounding stone walls would be riddled with scars. Tang Tian quivered, and immediately stopped in his tracks, with a face of alertness. Suddenly, his smile froze. Looking at Tang Tian, he said with a trembling voice, What are you trying to do? After countless of tempering, the martial spirit of the black metal gloves quietly changed. Tang Tian had a feeling that the transformation of the black metal gloves would come very soon. Tang Tian knew how powerful it was, and did not dare to be negligent. The eagle claw in his hands was like a torrential storm, enveloping the spirit general. The sky was filled with shrieks, like a surging tide. Seeing the spirit general's fingertips, and thinking about the scribbled symbols on the wall, Tang Tian knew the spirit general in front of him was most likely the senior, the martial spirit that transformed before he died. Tang Tian took out a rope and tied all of them, one by one. Looking at the fellows in front of him whose hands and feet were tied up like a bunch of beans, Tang Tian clapped his hands, revealing a satisfied look. Like this, you guys can't mess with me anymore. When I come out, I'll let you guys go. Tang Tian's gaze landed on the spirit general's hands. Both palms were skinny like firewood, 10 fingers like hooks, pitch black nails sharp and sharp. It looked extremely terrifying. Tang Tian's face congealed. The old man's body emitted a cold and eerie aura, causing Tang Tian's hair to stand. Hey, if you don't come out? Biao Gu asked with a trembling voice. Tang Tian's face was fierce, his expression was unkind, he clenched his fists. Seems like I'll have to let you have a good memory. A light sound, enveloping Tang Tian's palms, the red flames, suddenly turned green. Tang Tian's method was to train his own intuition. Fornax bronze gloves. So fast. The spirit general probably did not think that there would actually be someone who could absorb other people's true power. With a long whistle, Tang Tian's attacks became even more ferocious. He did not care about the consumption of true power and attacked with all his might. The spirit general was a skinny old man. His figure was slightly crooked, and his arms were very long. Both parties fought with speed. Countless sparks blossomed between the two of them. Seeing that Biao Gu was speechless, Tang Tian said proudly, Even I have bronze treasures on me, and you guys don't even have one. How is that possible? Let me tell you, you better obediently spit out all your treasures. Whoever hides or hides, then if you lack something on your body, don't blame me. Tang Tian thought of Master Kong's luxurious carriage. Thinking of the wall full of rank 4 silver-grade spirit cards, Tang Tian's entire body was filled with enthusiasm. A trace of respect surfaced in Tang Tian's heart, especially, he could see that the scribbled markings on the wall seemed to be a reflection on martial techniques. That's right. Tang Tian stood up, opened up his arms, and with a matter-of-fact face, You are now my captives. Your treasures, of course, are mine. He finally understood why Baldy and the rest did not dare to come in. The image of a senior expert who was obsessed with martial techniques immediately surfaced in Tang Tian's mind. But at this moment he only had eyes for the spirit general in front of him, his body slightly bent. Tang Tian's expression turned solemn and bellowed, Fornax. Tang Tian's heart was suddenly in ecstasy. Not sure if it was because of Tang Tian's words, a faint figure suddenly, slowly formed in front of Tang Tian. In the past, there was a senior because he made a mistake. He was sent here and spent the rest of his life here. This passage leads to his closed-door training. Biao Gu explained. He once left behind his last words. As long as you can reach the deepest part of the passage where he closed-door training, you will be able to obtain his belongings. Sounds powerful. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. Suddenly he thought of a question. Why aren't you guys going in? The spirit general's gray eyes suddenly exploded with a cold light. Tang Tian only saw the figure in front of him flash, and he lost sight of the spirit general. The passage was not dim at all. On the contrary, it was extremely bright. The air that floated out from the depths of the passage brought along a slight fishy smell. Tang Tian's face congealed and carefully walked into the depths of the passage. The passage was completely made of rocks, and one could not see the end of it. The energy here was extremely dense, only slightly lacking compared to behind the cross door. With that, he no longer cared about these people and turned to walk into the passage. Intuition was like a rough copper mold. With continuous polishing, it became extremely smooth, and it was able to shine on more and more things. How strong was the finger strength needed to do that? No one had been in the passage for a long time, and there was a thick layer of dust, and spider webs could be seen everywhere. In the deep and serene passage, Tang Tian's footsteps reverberated. If it was a timid person, they would immediately turn around and run. But other than the congealed look on Tang Tian's face, he did not have any fear. If that's the case, Tang Tian squinted his eyes and nodded. All right, I'll go in and try. Chapter 62. Jing Hao opened his mouth wide, looking at the scene in front of him in shock. Eagle strike. Tang Tian's palm was like a hammer, using the heavy to break the light. The spirit general, who was originally at a disadvantage, faced with Tang Tian's unreasonable attack, it became even more difficult. How could it be like this? The spirit general suddenly exploded in front of Tang Tian, countless martial spirit fragments, like willow catkins being blown by the wind, scattered all over the passageway, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the surface of the armor melted like wax, lines of patterns gradually appeared on the surface of the bronze armor. The patterns became more and more complicated. The originally stiff and straight edges also quickly melted, turning into beautiful arcs. Jing Hao suddenly had a feeling of, this world is too ridiculous. This is the bronze armor of Pavo constellation. Its name is Blue Peacock. A voice suddenly came from behind Tang Tian. Tang Tian's eagle claw technique started to change in style. It was big and wide, the gloomy and cold aura became fainter, and instead gained a sense of righteousness. Sparks flew everywhere. The spirit general under Tang Tian's powerful attacks retreated step by step. A brand new blue peacock appeared in front of him. This ignited Tang Tian's competitive spirit. A green lightning flashed in the air. The sky full of mournful screams disappeared. The green claw shadow, its power, became like a poisonous snake hissing. The killing technique that was fused with the crane body energy exploded in an instant. The dazzling green claw print, without any warning, drilled out from the air, accurately hitting the spirit general's iron scythe claw. The spirit general's 5 fingers swept through the air. The astonishing speed of the fingertips actually rubbed against the air, creating dazzling sparks. With a thought, Tang Tian's hand movements started to quietly change. This was a killing technique. Beneath Tang Tian's feet, suddenly countless light rays lit up. Tang Tian immediately noticed this detail. He seemed to understand. Generally speaking, people who practiced claw techniques were not known for their strength. Most of them focused on the strength of their fingers and wrists, and rarely used the strength of their whole body. However, Tang Tian's physical fitness was excellent and well-proportioned. Although his pure strength was slightly inferior to that of a bull like a Maori, Tang Tian's technique was more perfect, and his strength was pure. With the perfect basic force exertion technique, Tang Tian was able to quickly mobilize the strength of his entire body. The blue flame suddenly expanded and spread along Tang Tian's arm. In the blink of an eye, it had wrapped Tang Tian's arms. He noticed Tang Tian's guarded expression and said, "Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you." As soon as he entered the cave, Tang Tian's eyes were firmly attracted by something in the middle of the cave. He could not move his eyes away. Fornak's bronze gloves. But the Grandmaster grade claw technique was displayed without a doubt. Although it was at a disadvantage, but it was watertight, Tang Tian's torrential attacks still did not give it a fatal blow. "Ah, Senior Nong has acknowledged me?" Tang Tian was grinning from ear to ear. Ayaya, as expected of a powerful senior. Your foresight is so accurate. You can definitely tell with one look that I am a young man worthy of being entrusted. But suddenly, Tang Tian thought about the changes in the Spirit General's rhythm. The Spirit General's attacks were sometimes light and sometimes heavy. Between real and fake, it made him want to vomit blood. Tang Tian started to imitate the Spirit General. His attacks were sometimes light and sometimes heavy, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The Spirit General immediately became more and more battered. His originally watertight defense line immediately showed a flaw. Wawa, as expected, it's very powerful. I can feel a surge of power, Tang Tian suddenly exclaimed. Tang Tian stood in a daze in the empty tunnel. In that moment, a tinge of sadness welled up in his heart. Just from the Spirit General, he could tell that this senior's attainments in finger techniques were extremely powerful. After a person died, the martial spirit would dissipate. This senior's martial spirit had actually transformed into a Spirit General and was guarding here. That meant that he definitely had some unfulfilled wish. Double claw combo. What a powerful martial spirit. Tang Tian was extremely curious. He could feel that the power contained in the armor on his body had actually increased by a few notches. Tang Tian could not help but think of the isolated spirit spear. After the battle with Zhou Peng, Tang Tian specially understood the life story of Yang Yun, the great spearmaster, and could not help but secretly rejoice. Luckily, the spirit card in Zhou Peng's hand was made when the isolated spirit spear was young. At that time, the isolated spirit spear had just made a name for itself. At that time, the isolated spirit spear had only just formed a prototype. How could the armor be so easily subdued? Tang Tian, who was pleased with himself, stopped laughing. He thought of Jing Hao's exclamation just now. Suddenly he asked curiously, "Oh right. What is the awakening of the martial spirit?" Jing Hao's expression froze on his face. This brat was actually able to obtain Senior Nong's approval. For the first time, Jing Hao felt jealous. Why did the armor not have any reaction? What a powerful claw technique. Both parties fought with speed, and countless sparks exploded. Hearing Tang Tian's exclamation, Jing Hao raised his head. His expression instantly froze on his face. What if all the power in his body was integrated into the eagle claw technique? Tang Tian immediately beamed with joy. Aha, that's great. With that, he ran straight towards the blue peacock. Tang Tian closed his eyes and carefully felt it. The speed of Tang Tian's claw was extremely fast. It was actually comparable to the slaying lightning bolt. He did not know what Senior Nong's wish was. He could only use this method to express his respect to Senior Nong. Tang Tian's expression once again became serious. He took a step forward and turned to walk deeper into the tunnel. Tang Tian's figure flashed. His right claw stretched out like lightning. An indescribable feeling of freedom came from his wrist. It was as though there was no restraint at all. It was as light as a feather. Tang Tian could feel that the martial spirit in the armor was extremely strong. It was even stronger than the martial spirit of the gloves. But very quickly, Tang Tian realized that even though he had completely suppressed the Spirit General, it was extremely difficult to break through the Spirit General's defense. The Spirit General felt as though it was struck by lightning. It had expended a large amount of true power. But Tang Tian's sharp and powerful eagle strike had given it a fatal blow. The martial spirit has awakened. This made Tang Tian pleasantly surprised. All along, lightning flash had been his fastest attack method. But its power, to the current Tang Tian, was too weak. Tang Tian's original eagle claw technique was already very fast. But now it had become even more terrifying. Seeing that the Spirit General was going to lose, suddenly, the Spirit General's eyes lit up with a dazzling red light. Ding ding ding. Tang Tian muttered to himself, "Senior, don't worry. I will not disgrace your martial techniques and treasures." If he did not have the Fornax gloves and the crane body, Tang Tian would be far behind in terms of pure claw techniques. The Spirit General's claw techniques were at the point of perfection. Tang Tian gasped in amazement. Tang Tian's heart suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. His face changed. The originally bulky armor became even more slim. Pieces of it were engraved with exquisite blue patterns, like the feathers of a peacock. They were layered, like a perfect work of art. The slightly curved shoulders did not affect Tang Tian's movements at all. Every time Tang Tian moved his arms and legs, they would be like flowing water, forming a blue ripple. It was extremely beautiful. But Tang Tian was taken aback. Jing Hao said indifferently, "I have my own armor." In the light, the surface of the bronze armor started to melt. Ding ding ding. The green flame actually had a trace of coldness that seeped into the bones. He did not know if it was because of Tang Tian's own tempering, but the bronze martial spirit of the gloves was connected to Tang Tian's mind. Tang Tian's confidence increased. He suddenly shouted, "Fornex!" After walking for about 400 m, a cave appeared in front of Tang Tian. Jing Hao looked at the bronze armor calmly and said indifferently, "Although Pavo constellation is not a big constellation, but this armor is the best among the bronze armors. I never thought that it would actually be in Senior Nong's hands." Without hesitation, he retreated. A complete bronze armor was quietly placed there. Although it had experienced the passage of time, it was bright and clean, without a speck of dust on it. Tang Tian could feel its powerful qi. It was his first time seeing a bronze armor. Jing Hao did not move from his original position, and said to himself, "This armor is slightly different from other treasures. It contains a much stronger power. To tame it is not easy." Tang Tian quivered and immediately turned his head. It was Jing Hao. The sky suddenly lit up with a dazzling green lightning. Tang Tian was completely immersed in the brand new eagle claw technique. He continuously poured all the power in his body into his claws. The originally snake-like claw sound became deep and vigorous. The new claw technique was powerful and heavy. Although there were fewer changes, its power was much stronger. His words stopped abruptly. He stared blankly. Tang Tian had already started to put on the blue peacock in a flurry. Staring blankly at Tang Tian, Jing Hao's expression was extremely weird. The armor was one of the most complicated treasures. Only with a sufficiently strong constellation could it be nurtured. Thus the power of the armor was the strongest. But the armor was also surprisingly hard to tame. 5 dazzling sparks suddenly lit up in front of Tang Tian. The sound of the two palms colliding immediately changed. Dang dang dang. The green lightning claw shadow was strangely powerful. Although the spirit general blocked Tang Tian's attack, the power was transmitted, and his body involuntarily retreated. But the spirit general in front of him, although his level was not high, his claw technique was experienced and ruthless. It was even more powerful than the isolated spirit spear. An unprecedented danger enveloped Tang Tian. Tang Tian, who was retreating, had goosebumps all over his back. Without thinking, Tang Tian suddenly roared. The light in his eyes intensified. He used all the true power in his body to its maximum. He raised his right claw and closed his 5 fingers. Like a bird's beak, he ferociously pecked. Jing Hao remembered clearly that it took him an entire month to subdue his own armor. Jing Hao, who was in a daze, muttered to himself. His body suddenly trembled. He was enlightened. "I understand, Senior Nong has acknowledged you." His voice was mixed with shock, envy, and disbelief. Jing Hao had long known about this place. He did not come because he trained in sword techniques. He was not interested in finger techniques. But seeing the brand new blue peacock on Tang Tian's body, he suddenly regretted it. Chapter 63. Unless it was a special spirit general, normally, the spirit generals summoned by the spirit general card would be divided into different ranks, and the duration would be different. A bronze spirit general could last for a month, a silver spirit general could last for a year, and a gold spirit general could last for 10 years. It was Jing Hao's first time seeing such a powerful eagle claw technique. Now that he heard Tang Tian say that he only knew rank 3 claw techniques, it was no wonder he felt that it was ridiculous. "You can't train these few days?" Bing was still stiff and emotionless. "You need to quickly digest and absorb the scattered true power. If you can't digest it in 10 days, the 7th level true power will be like a poison, and start to destroy your Dantian pool. Jing Hao was surprised, although he was a newbie, but he was an honorable martial alliance newbie. How could he not even know about the awakening of the martial spirit? Tang Tian was once again shaken to a crisp. You say one thing but mean another. Tang Tian muttered, but he immediately beamed with joy. He fondled the blue peacock on his body and happily walked towards the passageway. You need to pay attention to your crane body. Bing said stiffly, your crane body has absorbed a few hundred streams of energy. If you don't digest them in 10 hours, they will completely explode. You will be like a ripe pomegranate, exploding. Then how can I digest them now? Tang Tian quickly asked. Tang Tian was shocked. Such an important thing, you actually didn't remind me. The energy absorbed by the crane body has already been completely dispersed. Bing's tone was as though he was talking about how to roast a piece of steak. The spirit general floating beside Bing was the senior Nong spirit general he met in the passageway. Thinking about this, Jing Hao sighed in his heart and empathized with him. I still have a few cards, see if there's any that you can use. Rank 3 claw technique? Jing Hao's face was weird. When Tang Tian and Baldi were fighting, he was secretly observing. Tang Tian's entire body was strange. He was obviously only at the 3rd level of strength, yet he could easily defeat the 4th level Baldi and the spirit general. You know a lot. Tang Tian was surprised. Why do you know so much? Tang Tian generously untied everyone from their ropes. You mean, the peacock knows the claw art of the ancestors? Tang Tian's eyes widened, his face full of surprise. For Senior Nong to suffer like this, I'm afraid he's unwilling for his ultimate art to be destroyed just like this. Jing Hao was a little emotional but very quickly regained his composure. Senior Nong is most famous for his fire scythe ghost claw. You have just experienced it. However, what you just fought wasn't even 1/10 of Senior strength. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was ranked 3rd amongst the 5-level claw techniques of the Honorable Group. Before Elder was sent here, he had already begun to raise the level of the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. I wonder if he succeeded in the end. Why are we leaving? Tang Tian's voice was awkward, vague and weird. Jing Hao said indifferently, Senior Nong and my elder have some history. The peacock's entire body was covered in blue gold feathers, fluttering down. On its forehead were a few fine red feathers. Its expression was exceptionally lively. It quietly stood on Tang Tian's shoulder, elegant and calm, its expression cold and elegant. I told you not to call me uncle. Bing's forehead twitched. He forced himself to calm down and said, the recruit training camp has one use, and that is martial spirit projections. Martial spirit projection? It was the first time Tang Tian had heard of this. 7th level. Tang Tian was completely dumbfounded. He defeated a 7th level spirit general? That was too funny. The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw could not be trained. Tang Tian was already mentally prepared. He continued to ask, then what do we train now? After saying that, Jing Hao turned and left. Tang Tian's mournful scream was immediately drowned out by the concentrated bang 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 sounds. Indeed, we need this long. Bing explained, although your true power is much purer and stronger than the average 3rd level true power, and the amount of true power you absorbed is also very little, but the grade is as high as the 7th level. What about the Southern Empress? Tang Tian asked incoherently. His face was swollen, and he could not speak clearly. Good person? Jing Hao laughed coldly. I just don't want to see the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw that Senior Nong painstakingly created be lost. Sounds powerful. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Then how do we awaken the martial spirit? If the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was at the 5th level, then he still had some hope, the 7th level. That was a matter of who knows when. Tang Tian seemed to win effortlessly. But since he was sent here. That's right. It's too nourishing. Bing said seriously, you now need to continuously use the crane body to absorb the pure true power. This process might last for 10 days. If it wasn't for the long time, and Senior spirit was greatly weakened, with your current strength, you would not be able to inherit Senior Nong's inheritance. Jing Hao said expressionlessly. Still sloppy? Tang Tian used his muffled voice and asked again. Tang Tian closed his eyes. as though he was savoring and pondering. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and a strange look surfaced on his face. But Tang Tian suddenly shouted, "Indigo Peacock!" Especially when Tang Tian defeated Senior Nong's spirit general. 3 hours later, Tang Tian, whose entire body was swollen like a bun, looked at Bing with a resentful gaze. "Hit him repeatedly," Bing said coldly. "Understood." Tang Tian nodded his head and said fiercely, "That's fighting." Although Senior Nong's spirit general, after years of being destroyed and weakened, was only at the 4th level of strength. But the Grandmaster grade, Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, still made its strength astonishing. Even if Jing Hao were to do it himself, he would need to expend a lot of energy. What an unfathomable fellow! Also, what that fellow said was wrong. The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw is not the 5th level, but the 7th level. It is an extremely outstanding 7th level martial technique. It was not easy for him to obtain an absolute art, but was suddenly told that this absolute art was even better than what he had imagined. Originally, he could eat the meat in his mouth, but was suddenly told that he could only eat it next year. Tang Tian did not care. "We need to be filled with dreams." After saying that, Tang Tian looked around, searching for other things. "Now that the true power has been crushed, to you, it is a great tonic," Bing said dully, "but the problem now is, it is too tonic?" Hearing 700,000 times, Tang Tian's eyes turned green. "Just as I expected." Jing Hao looked at the peacock and said indifferently, "Before Senior Nong died, he probably split his own martial spirit into two, one into the indigo peacock, and the other into a spirit general, to protect this place. If you want to learn the claw technique, you only need to communicate with the peacock." The indigo peacock must have already attracted Senior's martial spirit. No wonder it woke up. When Baldi Biaogu and the rest saw the gorgeous indigo peacock on Tang Tian's body, they were stunned for a long time. The treasured martial spirit, once it starts to wake up, it will have its own consciousness, and it will automatically train like a human. The awakened martial spirit will continue to grow stronger until it reaches its limit. Tang Tian was filled with deep grief and indignation. "How can I speed up the digestion and absorptions?" "Wow, that's great." Tang Tian raised his arms and cheered, "You're a good person." This person's strength, when he was alive, was at the 7th level. Bing's tone was firm. Obviously he was very confident in his own judgment. "You can defeat the spirit general, because its strength is greatly weakened. But the core of every energy is an extremely thin thread of 7th level true power." Tang Tian's swollen face was immediately filled with grief and indignation. "Uncle Bing, what is going on?" Tang Tian stammered. "That's true." Tang Tian scratched his head. "Such a good thing, if I could toss it out, how powerful would that be?" Tang Tian's face was full of regret. It sounded very high class. Once he thought about his gloves and the soaring boots of the pony being able to cultivate and strengthen the martial spirit, Tang Tian started drooling. Jing Hao glanced at him and said indifferently, "Stop daydreaming." "But, it seems I still underestimated Senior Nong." Jing Hao stared at the indigo peacock on Tang Tian's body and said indifferently, "You can summon the indigo peacock martial spirit." Especially at the last stage, Tang Tian's eagle claw technique had obviously reached a new level. "Stop looking, there's no more." Jing Hao said indifferently, "You should know, the summoning of the spirit general has a time limit. Senior Nong's martial spirit, to guard this place, naturally has to pay a huge price." "Where's my room? I want to rest." 7th level. The indigo peacock on his body suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. A blue peacock quietly floated out from the armor, quietly squatting on Tang Tian's shoulder. To Tang Tian, who was still trying his best to climb to the 4th level, the 7th level was like a mountain peak. Then, Tang Tian saw the sea of light regiments that covered the sky and earth, whizzing towards him. "I don't know." Jing Hao shook his head. "As long as there is a bit of the martial spirit, the training camp can perfectly project it. Initially, we wanted to use it to make up for the lack of manpower for our instructors. But later on we found out it's not just for that." Bing's white face was still expressionless, even his voice, was like a whiteboard, without any undulations. But that has nothing to do with you now. Bing said indifferently, even the fire scythe ghost claw, you have no way of learning it for now. I have already seen it. It is an extremely powerful claw technique. This is common knowledge. Bing said stiffly, I also did not expect you to use such a dangerous method to use the crane body energy. Tang Tian was then enlightened. No. You can consider a high-intensity battle. Bing gave himself a suggestion. Just as Tang Tian was looking forward to listening attentively, Uncle Bing's topic changed. 5th level claw technique? Tang Tian scratched his head with a face of distress, but I only know the 3rd level claw technique. It actually helped you a lot. Bing said stiffly, the degree of condensation of this energy far exceeds the average 4th level true power. Normally, this kind of energy is extremely difficult to absorb. Its destructive power is very shocking. But now, after 700,000 strikes, it has already completely shattered. Without a doubt, Tyrant Tang had taken the best room for himself. Tang Tian stared blankly at the spirit general beside Bing. After a while, he rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? Chapter 64. Tang Tian's last glimmer of hope was shattered. Tang Tian, who was in a bad mood, immediately became unfriendly. I want to fight. You are familiar with this. Quickly think, where can we fight? If you can't think of anything, I can only take care of all of you again. Early in the morning, you ran over to look for a fight. It's fine if you want to fight, I admit defeat. What else do you want? One man and one ape, like stones, fell to the ground. The true power that was scattered in his body caused his entire body to be in pain like needles. He could clearly feel that the true power that he did not absorb was extremely harmful to his body. Tang Tian's eyes blurred, and a black shadow pounced on him. Do you know where Jing Hao is going? Tang Tian asked. Baldy had personally witnessed a green sandalwood ape tearing an adult dark saber-toothed tiger apart. That bloody and violent scene was something he could never forget. When he saw Tang Tian not taking anything, and just opening his arms wide towards the green sandalwood ape, the scene of the dark saber-toothed tiger being torn apart uncontrollably appeared in his mind. An intense fear surged through him, and his mind went blank. Tang Tian roared, and without hesitation he punched out. But their levels were too high, and with Tang Tian's 3rd level Dantian pool, it would take a long time to absorb even a little bit of it. Brother Biao shook his head like a rattle drum, and his entire person was like a docile sheep. Big brother, from today onwards, you are my big brother. If you don't like me, feel free to hit and scold me. This little brother will definitely not dare to have any complaints. If sacrificing this little brother's broken body can make Big Brother happy for a moment, then this life is worth it. Tang Tian's reaction was fast, and he raised his hand to block. Although the green sandalwood ape's body was in the air and had nowhere to borrow strength, but its body's astonishing flexibility was displayed vividly. Its body curled into a ball, but its arms were like 2 heavy hammers, crashing towards Tang Tian's head. Hey Baldy, let's fight. Tang Tian said excitedly. That head that was covered in bandages sized him up. Brother Biao felt an indescribable grief and indignation in his heart. If you want to fight, find someone else. What are you trying to do by threatening Brother Biao? His palm suddenly grabbed the waist of the green sandalwood ape. His 5 fingers were like iron hooks, firmly grasping the flesh of the green sandalwood ape. The fur of the green sandalwood ape was unusually hard. Although the flesh around its waist was as hard as iron, if not for Tang Tian's powerful eagle claw technique, he would not have been able to grab it. Brother Biao instantly felt better and started to gloat. Although he felt a little strange, why did he bring such a large group of people? He had just gone to look for Jing Hao, but who knew that the fellow would appear and disappear like a shadow? He had been looking for him for a long time but still couldn't find him. Although Baldy's strength was a little lacking, he could still make do with it. If it's around here, there isn't anyone. Biao Gu, who was forced into a corner, said carefully, but there are star spirit beasts. Baldy, who was watching from the side, swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Could it be that he wanted to fight with the green sandalwood ape with his bare hands? The rest of them also had their mouths wide open as they stared blankly at Tang Tian, who was approaching the green sandalwood ape with his arms wide open. Bang. Pervert, lunatic asshole. Forget about his abnormal strength. It wasn't like Brother Biao had never seen those geniuses before. But why was his personality so abnormal? Nothing happened last night, right? So early in the morning, how bad was his luck today? The green sandalwood ape was in pain and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its palm slapped towards Tang Tian, who was on its waist. Brother Biao had a face of a martyr. Green sandalwood ape? What level? Tang Tian asked. Since they couldn't find anyone to fight, they came to find trouble with us. How unreasonable. Even if you want to bully others, you can't do this. Brother Biao wanted to reject, but upon seeing Tang Tian's unfriendly gaze, he immediately swallowed back his words. His heart was filled with sorrow. Seeing that Tang Tian was about to crash into the tree trunk, Tang Tian forcefully twisted his body. Under the strong momentum, both of his legs hit the tree trunk fiercely, causing countless wood shavings to fly. A cold light flashed in Tang Tian's eyes. His body was like a compressed spring, suddenly disappearing. Think carefully if you can't find him. The slight numbness that came from his body made Tang Tian excited. He thought of a good idea. This green sandalwood ape was about the same size as Tang Tian, but its body was much stronger. Especially its arms, which were almost the same size as Tang Tian's thighs. Its arms were much longer than a human's, as though they were propped up on the ground. A pair of dark green eyes stared at Tang Tian with an unfriendly gaze. However, it was still relatively cautious. This was the first time it had seen this weird fellow who was wrapped in white cloth. Minute collapsing fist. Joint technique, back arm lock. With the Baldy leading the way, the group quickly arrived at the settlement of the green sandalwood apes. The others were naturally unwilling, but under Tang Tian's coercion, no one dared to reject. There was actually such a dense forest underground. Tang Tian was very surprised. Among all the star spirit beasts, the ape type was one of the hardest to deal with. They were astute and cunning, had astonishing strength, outstanding defense, and impeccable agility and speed. These made them almost have no weaknesses. However, the most frightening thing about them was their outstanding skills. Many martial techniques were learned by humans from the star spirit beasts, and the ape type was one of the most important learning targets. Their arms were extremely long, and their movements were agile. They were natural-born experts in fist techniques. Even lions and tigers did not dare to provoke them. Tang Tian suddenly changed his mind. Call everyone. Tang Tian's body strangely shrunk downwards, brushing past the two fists and dodging them. The green sandalwood ape did not expect that its sure-kill attack did not cause any substantial damage to Tang Tian. Brother Biao had seen unreasonable people before, but he had never seen someone this unreasonable. A cold light flashed past Tang Tian's eyes, his arms wrapped around the green sandalwood ape's shoulders, his body shrunk, and both his feet stepped on the green sandalwood ape's back. Tang Tian suddenly appeared beside the green sandalwood ape that was thrown high up in the air. But not only did this not make him feel fear, it made him feel an indescribable excitement. As expected of a beast, a man and an ape crashed heavily into the ground. The strong impact caused the man and the ape to fly to both sides. The green sandalwood ape crawled up as if nothing had happened. Tang Tian, who was covered in bandages, also crawled up from the ground. Tang Tian's heart trembled, but when he moved his palms, he was surprised to find that the piercing pain on his hands seemed to have decreased by quite a bit. This discovery made Tang Tian excited. Uncle Bing was right. Fighting could speed up the absorption of high-level true power in the body. There were countless fist techniques with the word ape in them. There was the long-armed ape fist, which was known for its strength, and there was also the 100 transformation ape fist, which was known for its variations. Fighting. Big brother. That was purely being beaten by you. Don't. Fourth level, extremely strong, invulnerable, and extremely agile. Brother Biao said, we usually don't dare to go near there. Both fists collided fiercely on top of Tang Tian's head, the intense energy piercing his scalp. Walk down for about 10 miles, there is a gathering place for the green sandalwood ape. Brother Biao quickly said, Thinking to himself, as expected of a pervert, he is already thirsty to the point that he can't differentiate between man and beast. Tang Tian saw the green sandalwood ape and immediately became excited. An unpleasant odor assaulted his nostrils. Why me? Isn't the green sandalwood ape the perfect training partner for the interlocking technique? When Brother Biao saw Tang Tian's new appearance, he could not help but be stunned. Tang Tian's entire body was covered in bandages, and only his eyes could be seen. He looked like a mummy that had just crawled out of a coffin. Although this time, Tang Tian was not fully prepared, but the strength of the green sandalwood ape's attack was ridiculously strong. Even a Maori did not have such a strong strength. Brother Biao thought in a daze. This is a sinkhole, and also the place with the most sunlight. Brother Biao was very familiar with this area. In the past, there were a few 5th-level star spirit beasts that wanted to attack this sinkhole, but in the end, they were defeated by the green sandalwood ape. These fellows have thick skin and thick flesh, and are very strong. They are also very cunning and very smart. Tang Tian somersaulted in midair and landed steadily on the ground. The green sandalwood ape did not expect that the weird fellow in front of it would actually continue to approach it. In its dark green eyes, there was a strong killing intent. The green sandalwood ape roared fiercely at Tang Tian, and with both its arms on the ground, it pounced towards Tang Tian. 4th level? Tang Tian suddenly thought of the ink-black iron rhino that he had killed, and it seemed to be a 4th-level beast. Wouldn't that mean that he could sell it for a lot of money? He opened his mouth and asked, "Is there anything valuable on the green sandalwood ape's body?" Bang. Star spirit beast? Tang Tian was stunned and immediately nodded. That's fine too. Brother Biao shook his head. Master Jing Hao has always been a loner, and his whereabouts are uncertain. When Tang Tian stepped onto the grass, he immediately attracted a green sandalwood ape. Oh, alright, then I'll choose this one. Tang Tian said to Brother Biao, "Bring me there." It roared angrily, and with both of its arms on the ground where it stood actually exploded. Based on this efficiency, it would definitely not be able to completely absorb it within 10 days. Tang Tian's entire mind was filled with the desire to find Xie as soon as possible, and he could not bear to waste time. Chance. Such a strong power. There's only the spirit nucleus. Brother Biao said, "This fellow is very difficult to deal with only the spirit nucleus. There's nothing valuable on it, so basically no one has any ideas on it." Bang. I don't dislike you, I just want to fight. Tang Tian shook his head that was covered in bandages. Brother Biao's heart trembled when he heard that. The painful experience yesterday made him not even have the courage to recall it. His heart was filled with tears. God, when did the honorable martial group have such a perverted person? Tang Tian felt as if he was hit by an astonishingly heavy hammer, and his entire body flew out. Tang Tian saw that there was no other way. The other party had already said not to fight back, not to talk back. Then what was the point of fighting? The 4th-level green sandalwood ape was undoubtedly one of the best. One big and one small fists clashed, and energy burst out in all directions. Tang Tian's entire body was like a rubber ball that was whipped by a stick, crashing into a big tree. The green sandalwood ape was not much better, and drew a high arc in the air. Brother Biao quivered, and his face instantly turned green. "Big brother, I did not provoke you." He immediately put on a fawning look. "Big brother, where do you dislike me? Tell me, I'll change." "I'll definitely change." "Is it because the reflection of my bald head is too glaring? I'll wear a wig tomorrow." But once his body was locked by Tang Tian, it would definitely be a terrible thing. Tang Tian's body was like a soft noodle. Borrowing the strength from his hands, Tang Tian's body swayed and suddenly appeared behind the green sandalwood ape. Tang Tian stared at the green sandalwood ape in front of him and opened his arms. Who knew that the green sandalwood ape was unusually agile? Its arms completely went against all logic and wrapped around Tang Tian like vines, tightly wrapping around him. Chapter 65. The sound of fists hitting flesh caused everyone present to turn pale as they could not bear to look at it. This was also the problem that Tang Tian had been facing previously. The other 4 martial techniques had all been trained to perfection, and the other 3 offensive martial techniques were all comprehended killing techniques. Only the joint technique had become Tang Tian's biggest shortcoming. His body suddenly froze. His last shortcoming was about to be fixed. The green sandalwood ape's fists continuously landed on his body, but Tang Tian did not dodge, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the green sandalwood ape. All sorts of joint techniques were continuously displayed. Gotcha. Hoo, it still has its uses. Bing said, since you have condensed a martial spirit, then you can open the martial spirit chamber. Baldy's heart was in a mess. When Tang Tian thought about this, he simply wanted to laugh out loud. The other knee was removed. These roars were completely different from before, and spread far and wide. Baldy and the rest were frightened, completely frightened. In their eyes, the figure wrapped in bandages was as scary as a demon from hell. They could not describe the fear in their hearts, and the scene in front of them made them shudder. Inside his body, there was actually one more thing. Tang Tian was immediately shocked, and hurriedly ran into the cross door, and found Uncle Bing. Uncle Bing, there's something wrong with my body. When Tang Tian returned to the camp, he went into closed-door training. An entire hour passed, and Tang Tian had not returned. Baldy's heart trembled. Could it be? Tang Tian was already dead. Tang Tian hugged the green sandalwood ape's knee, his hands constantly groping, and the sound of fists hitting flesh could be heard. Tang Tian's eyes lit up, and he muttered, "Not right. The technique seems wrong. Oh, the back of the knee is too hard. Yes, it's here." Tang Tian was very excited. Then aren't I very powerful now? The joint technique was a set of special close-range martial technique that was developed using the human joints as the target. The joints were the weaker parts of the human body and were easily destroyed. And the difficulty of strengthening the joints was much higher than other parts. However, Baldy didn't feel embarrassed at all. He was completely stunned. "Hey, come and give me a hand if you're here." Tang Tian suddenly tilted his head and shouted at Baldy's hiding place. The bald man muttered in his heart. He hesitated for a moment, but he still slowly moved towards the sinkhole. He mentally prepared himself to turn and run if things went wrong. His light body technique was not bad, and the green sandalwood ape did not like to leave the crater. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He had just gotten excited, so how could he leave just like that? He waved his hand and said, "You guys go first." Everyone was frightened by such a fearless fighting style. Tang Tian didn't expect Ghost Claw Nong to speak, but he was attracted by his words and quickly asked, "Why?" Bang bang bang. If there was one skill that Tang Tian was most unfamiliar with among the close-quarters combat expert skills, it would be the interlock technique. Martial spirit? Tang Tian was stunned. He then relaxed and scratched his head. "So it's the martial spirit. That scared me. That's not right. I'm only at the 3rd level. It's impossible for me to condense the martial spirit. Don't I need to be at the 4th level to condense the martial spirit?" The green sandalwood ape's frenzied attacks. If it hit a person, shouldn't they be turned into meat paste? Could it be that Tang Tian had a body of steel? With every improvement, he would feel that he was getting closer to Chia. He would feel that he was getting closer to his dreams. Baldy's face was pale, and his lips trembled. This was actually him wanting to die. Thus, an incomparably strange scene appeared. But it was all worth it. After today's battle, his understanding of the interlock technique had reached a whole new level. In such a dangerous situation, his focus was focused like never before, and the effect was surprisingly good. Today's rewards were far more than that. He just needed to go back and understand it, and the interlock technique would reach another level. And the high-level true power that caused his entire body to swell gave him an additional layer of protection. As long as he protected his eyes and other vital parts, he did not need to worry about getting hurt. He had already tried it earlier. The green sandalwood ape's fists were full of power, but when it hit him, it did not hurt or itch. Tang Tian stuck to the green sandalwood ape like a dog's skin plaster, using all sorts of wrestling techniques. Sometimes he would even lift the green sandalwood ape up and smash it on the ground. And the green sandalwood ape's fists were like raindrops, continuously hitting the bandaged Tang Tian's body. "Although I'm not willing to call you big brother, But since I called you that, I'll treat it as a good deed. I'll collect your corpse. If you're a ghost, don't come and pester me. Baldy hesitated for a while, but the entire forest was rumbling and shaking. His heart shivered, and he brought the rest away. What was he doing? Tang Tian had not thought of it before. Until just now, he suddenly realized that the green sandalwood ape, which was good at hand-to-hand combat, was not the best sparring partner. Oh no, it's calling for companions. Baldy panicked. Big brother, run. It's calling for companions. This type of spirit card was very difficult to buy. Other than that, there was another important reason, which was that it needed a sparring partner. Without a sparring partner, training with a wooden dummy would never be able to master the real interlocking technique. Without a second word, he dashed towards the green sandalwood ape without restraint. If one green sandalwood ape was already very scary, then a group of green sandalwood apes was definitely not something a human could handle. The snow-white bandages were full of mud and mixed with fresh blood. Many parts of the bandages were damaged beyond recognition, and it looked very pathetic. The Baldy was so shocked that he fell on his face. They stared blankly at Tang Tian, who was hugging onto the green sandalwood ape's thigh. His hands seemed to be groping non-stop. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The green sandalwood ape laid on the ground like a pile of mud. It twisted its body frantically, but it could not move an inch. Normally, yes. Bing said, your situation is special. High-level true power, crane body energy, I don't really understand these things. Looking at the spectacular scene in front of him, he realized that he had no words to describe it. Although you have condensed a martial spirit, you can't use it. Suddenly, Ghost Claw Nong, who was beside Bing, spoke. That lump of something, like a mist, and also like a flame, quietly floated in his dantian. That was why there were traces of blood on Tang Tian's body. All the green sandalwood apes were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Their limbs were all dislocated. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 400 to 500 of them. It was a spectacular scene. The green sandalwood ape's fist suddenly stopped, and it suddenly let out a mournful cry. When Tang Tian returned to the outer barracks, the entire outer barracks was in an uproar. No one thought that Tang Tian would return alive. They could not imagine that Tang Tian would return with 500 spirit nuclei. Everyone looked at Tang Tian, not with fear, but with fanaticism. Breathing heavily, Tang Tian, who was wrapped in bandages, grinned. Plop, kachakat. Tang Tian did not care. He looked at the wailing green sandalwood apes on the ground, and his heart was filled with a sense of achievement. Today, his improvement in the joint technique was more useful than any of his previous practice. He had lost count of the number of punches he had received, but there was only one thought in his mind: joint technique. But at the same time, joint technique was extremely difficult to learn. The outer barracks, which was usually very depressing, seemed to have a bit more sunshine today. The green sandalwood ape's fists were too heavy. Every punch that landed on Tang Tian's body would involuntarily tremble. But Tang Tian acted as if nothing had happened and continued to pounce on it. The ground looked like it had been plowed. It was a mess, and not a single place was left intact. This feeling, it was so good. Tang Tian wiped the bandages that were soaked in sweat, and finally dislocated the ape's knee. His hand touched the other knee of the green sandalwood ape. Baldy muttered to himself as he touched the crater. The attacks were too strong, and in the end, the high-level true power in his body could no longer withstand it. Suddenly, the green sandalwood ape, which was a pile of mud, let out an angry roar. Bing's stiff voice had a hint of surprise. It's nothing, that's a martial spirit. The green sandalwood ape's eyes revealed a look of fear, but it quickly turned into rage. It attacked Tang Tian in a frenzy. Tang Tian was completely enveloped by the rain of punches. The soil around him suddenly exploded, and the soil flew high up into the air. Tang Tian was disappointed and mumbled, I thought I got lucky, I was happy for nothing. This person who was not much older than them actually managed to accomplish such a miracle. Martial spirit chamber? Tang Tian was stunned. It was the first time he heard of it. Just around the corner in front was the crater. Baldy held his breath. He was very clear that the green sandalwood ape's hearing was very sensitive. Baldy carefully clung onto the rocks and slowly stuck his head out. The joints on both of his arms were also dislocated. Looking at Tang Tian, he was like a starving wolf, ignoring the rain of punches, tightly hugging onto the green sandalwood ape's leg. Before you reach the 7th level, the martial spirit cannot be directly used by you. Ghost Claude Nong said, its biggest use to you now is to establish a connection with your treasures and increase the power of the treasures. But don't expect too much now, your martial spirit is too weak and the connection won't increase by much. That's right, this was a miracle. Gotcha. The most chilling thing was that Tang Tian did not waver even in the midst of such a violent attack, and persisted in removing the joints. In the eyes of Baldy and the rest, this was madness. Tang Tian inspected his own body and was shocked. The dangerous true power in his body had disappeared without a trace. Tang Tian felt strange. It shouldn't be, even if it absorbed it, it shouldn't have been absorbed so quickly. Until Tang Tian realized that there was an additional blurry thing in his body, then he was truly shocked. A figure covered in bandages, holding on to his knees, panting. The heavy panting, even Baldy, who was far away, could hear it clearly. Martial artists who were proficient in the joint technique were extremely feared. Once an expert with the joint technique got close to you, the nightmare would begin, as any part of your body could become his target. These martial artists were extremely familiar with the small joints that were protected by muscles, and were experts in destroying them. Chapter 66. But the biggest difference was the spirit generals. Every single person here had a spirit general floating beside them, from 1 to 7. It was Tang Tian's first time seeing so many spirit generals, and the strength of the people here surprised Tang Tian. Until now, the lowest level he had seen was a 4th-level martial artist. With his 3rd-level martial artist strength, walking on the streets was extremely eye-catching. Occasionally, passers-by would look at him in astonishment. Tang Tian immediately took out 10 spirit nuclei and passed them to Bing. No choice, there are always rich people in this world. Another shop assistant laughed. All right then, let's take a look. Tang Tian walked into the shop. The area of 3 Spirit City was even bigger, with towering buildings everywhere, with patches and patches of red tiles, like dazzling red clouds. The people on the streets were dressed differently. When the other shop assistants saw Tang Tian enter the shop, they all revealed looks of schadenfreude. Devour? Tang Tian was shocked. These 2 words seemed to have some special power. If this mission is completed, I will recommend you to Little Spirit Island. The lady said indifferently. Bing pointed to Ghost Claw. Bring him along. Bing's mood was slightly down. The lady obviously knew what no future meant. I want to see too, after so many years, I wonder how it has changed. Bing thought for a while. My strength has recovered a little. As long as we don't meet people from the Scorpio army, there won't be any danger. We still have another way. The shop was extremely spacious, and on the wooden shelves, there were all sorts of dusty things. There were all sorts of strange and weird things. The shop owner had a glib tongue, talking non-stop to a broken piece of porcelain, talking about a bunch of history and whatnot. And the shop owner was recommending the cross emblem, which was exceptionally exquisite, but Bing only glanced at it and directly ignored it. That year, the martial spirit chamber was monopolized by the 3 big armies. It was extremely chaotic there, and many people from the 3 armies died there. Just the Southern Cross Army, I remember that in 10 years, about 30,000 people died there. It was a very dangerous battlefield. Bing said. Bing was indifferent. I didn't know there was such a strange place. Tang Tian was surprised. What method? Tang Tian asked curiously. Isn't Senior Nong a projection? Tang Tian didn't quite understand. Tang Tian walked into the shop. A place to collect martial spirit fragments? Bing's usual stiff voice sounded out. There are 2 ways to strengthen the martial spirit. One was to strengthen oneself. Many forces had similar methods. The other way is to devour them. Some people's gazes landed on Bing's body. Bing's empty face was rather eye-catching. Senior Ghost Claw's blurry body became much more solid. Her voice was low and deep, with a unique hoarse feeling. Her snow-white slender neck was beautiful and elegant, and her small and exquisite collarbone added a bit of sexiness. Even the black warrior attire was unable to conceal her graceful curves. Her cold temperament filled her with a sense of mystery. How did it become like this? Bing's voice had a tinge of confusion. A light door appeared in front of Tang Tian. Only the word spirit in the name Three Spirits City seemed to prove that this place had a trace of relationship with the martial spirit chamber in the past. Tang Tian thought about it and agreed. 10 spirit nuclei could be sold for a lot of money. If it was used normally, it would definitely not be worth it. Now that he had Bing and Senior Ghost Claw as his bodyguards, Tang Tian was relieved. As for the Sky Scorpion Thorn, it was a bronze thorn with intricate carvings. Tang Tian didn't feel any undulations from the martial spirit. Bing waved his hand, and the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. "Young master, do you want to come in and take a look? Our shop has a lot of treasures left behind from the ancient times. 6,000 years ago, the Sky Scorpion dynasty, the famous Sky Scorpion Thorn. Our shop has just arrived. Even further back, you must know about the Southern Cross Army. What is the Southern Cross Army most famous for? Of course it's the cross medal. It's beautiful and noble and has all sorts of functions. Our shop has just collected a set of fire cross medals. It's a treasure awarded by the Southern Cross Army after the Flame Star battle. This kind of young master was definitely a fat sheep. Seeing that he didn't have any bodyguards by his side, this young master might have snuck over. Using the spirit nuclei in your hand, you can help him condense a physical body. But the time is very short. It can only last for 3 days. Bing explained. An outer barracks is nothing to worry about, the lady said indifferently. But we can't be careless. Bing took a look and said, these spirit nuclei are too low in grade. Ghost Claw's strength will drop by a level. This trash seller might be able to open his shop today. A shop assistant said, he just went to Old Chow to get a new batch of trash. His luck is not bad. There's such a way. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tang Tian urged, then let's hurry. How many spirit nuclei do we need? Although Tang Tian was dressed in tattered clothes, to be able to enter 3 Spirit City at the 3rd level, he was definitely a young master from a big family. Without the strength of the 4th level, it was impossible to enter 3 Spirit City. To be able to enter 3 Spirit City at the 3rd level, only a few top-grade treasures would be possible. Looking at the 2 spirit generals beside Tang Tian, Yu Bao was even more certain of his judgment. One was at the 6th level, and the other was unsure of his strength. Yu Bao had stayed in 3 Spirit City for so long and had seen thousands of spirit generals. But he had never seen a spirit general without anything on his face. Yu Bao looked at the huge treasures of the shop. None of them made Tang Tian stop for even a moment and immediately became anxious. Although Tang Tian was bursting with confidence, he was not stupid. The recruits from the Southern Cross Army were much stronger than him. Many of them had died when they went in. He was merely at the 3rd level, and he was not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. There was nothing else that could make people feel more clearly. Things remain the same, but the people have changed. Different from Bing's disappointment, Tang Tian was filled with curiosity. Martial Spirit Chamber? Tang Tian was always curious about the new things that Uncle Bing kept coming out of his mouth. Every spirit nucleus was the size of a soybean. The green sandalwood ape was a wood-type star spirit beast, and its spirit nucleus was also jade-like. The 10 spirit nuclei entered Ghost Claw's body and transformed into countless green rays. Senior Ghost Claw's eyes suddenly became crystal clear jade green and then slowly disappeared. I have investigated, and it is said that there were once honorable Martial Alliance martial artists who felt the undulations of treasures there, but did not find any treasures. The outer barracks has always kept it. The black-robed man laughed lightly. Now that place has become the Honorable Martial Alliance's place of exile. Those who are sent there are all newbies with no future. That's right, devouring martial spirit fragments to strengthen one's own martial spirit. Bing continued, the recruit barracks martial spirit chamber, or more accurately, should be an entrance to the martial spirit chamber. In the martial spirit chamber, there are many ancient martial spirit fragments floating. We were not the first to discover the martial spirit chamber. The first to discover it was the Scorpio army. But not long after, we and the Snake army also found the entrance. We guessed that the martial spirit chamber should be in some unknown corner of Heaven's Road. Suddenly, Bing pointed to a pile of junk in the corner and asked, "How much is this pile of junk?" "I have checked." One of the black-robed men said respectfully, "There is only an honorable martial alliance outer barracks there, and there are no experts. The young master of a big family, and not just any big family's young master." This was an extremely flourishing city. Tang Tian replied honestly. The black-robed man immediately replied. Tang Tian stopped in his tracks, he heard the words, "Southern Cross Army," and turned to look at Bing. A dazzling array of shops, the clamor of hawkers, and the bustling flow of people. This was no longer the wilderness. There were no more wandering spirit generals, no more hidden enemies, and no more fatal attacks that could appear at any time. The Honorable Martial Alliance has an outer barracks located there? The other masked lady was suspicious. The two of them laughed out loud. "Don't you want to go take a look?" Bing looked at Tang Tian. "That's still very powerful," Tang Tian said. Senior Nong was a level 7 martial artist. After dropping a level, he was still at the 6th level. With such strength, he was still much stronger than him. With Tang Tian's current strength, there was no problem dealing with a level 4 martial artist, but he was definitely not a match for a level 5 martial artist. "This is just an emergency measure," Bing said. Tang Tian shook his head. "Hey, Uncle Bing, I'm not going to such a dangerous place. Your strength is indeed a little weak, but I can accompany you. I'm a spirit general." Bing suddenly tilted his head. Ophiuchus constellation has been annihilated, and the Snake army is definitely annihilated. Only I'm left of the Southern Cross army. I don't know if anyone from the Scorpio army is still alive, and I don't know what the martial spirit chamber looks like. "Thank you, Master, for your nurturing." The black-robed man was overjoyed. Yu Bao had a glib tongue. He was very clear of what this type of young master liked. Beautiful, enigmatic things. To them, they were filled with attraction. They completely did not care about the functions of these things. Yu Bao's reputation in the entire street was extremely bad. He used extremely low prices, no one knew where he got a bunch of trash, and used it to swindle those who did not know the ropes. Yu Bao's shop had the most disputes, but he was the most famous scoundrel in the area. It was said that he was a distant relative of the security chief of Three Spirit City, so no one dared to provoke him. "Then in the future, can I use it like this too?" Tang Tian pointed to Senior Ghost Claw and asked. Bing said. Three Spirit City and Star Wind City were completely different. Yu Bao had long set his eyes on the young man who was looking left and right. His eyes were extremely sharp. When he saw that Tang Tian had the strength of a level 3 martial artist, his heart started to beat wildly. A fat sheep, definitely a fat sheep. "Uncle Bing, are you strong enough?" Tang Tian's face was filled with disdain and doubt. Seeing that Tang Tian had stopped, Yu Bao became even more excited. "Young master, come in and take a look. This small shop just brought in a batch of treasures. They are definitely real. It doesn't matter if you buy or not. Young master coming to take a look is giving me face. It's not that I'm bragging. In Three Spirit City, there are not many shops that have more things than my shop." Chapter 67. The speed of the bronze mechanical ostrich is not considered fast, roughly equivalent to the average speed of a rank 5 light body technique. But its advantage is that it does not consume true power and physical strength, and is suitable for long-distance running. The recruits of the Southern Cross Army were also known as the Ostrich Battalion. He was even more certain that Tang Tian's background was definitely not ordinary. Yu Bao had been running this shop for a few years, and had seen all sorts of people. Although many of them were powerful, no one was able to make a complete mechanical ostrich out of a pile of rubbish. Yu Bao had naturally heard of the Southern Cross Army's bronze mechanical ostrich. But he had never thought that in this world, there would actually be someone who could completely restore this legendary mechanical ostrich. "Put a star rock here." Bing opened the back of the ostrich's neck, and there was a notch inside. just right to put a star rock in. Without saying a word, Tang Tian stuffed a star rock in. Yu Bao was quick-witted and immediately thought of an excellent selling point. He had even thought of an advertising slogan. He forced a smile. So it's an acquaintance. Since you know Old Chow, then we're on the same side. This pile of things, my shop bought from Old Chow for 5 rank 4 spirit nuclei. Young master, please give me some money for my hard work, and reward me with a meal. Tang Tian ran very fast. The ostrich was controlled by the martial spirit, and it was very easy to operate. It ran like a gust of wind. I've earned it. Bing's familiarity made Yu Bao admire him from the bottom of his heart. The bronze mechanical ostrich took big strides and ran in the courtyard. Although it looked very clumsy, when it ran, it was very fast. At the start, it did not have a good balance, and when it ran, it felt like the ground was shaking. Later on, Tang Tian found the knack, and very quickly, the steps of the bronze mechanical ostrich became light. Rank 4. Yu Bao was stunned. To be able to enter 3 Spirit City, one had to be at least rank 4 in strength, who would still buy rank 4 cards. Moreover, from what he saw, for those big aristocratic families, why would they lack spirit cards? But, thinking about the weird hobbies of the rich young masters he met before, Yu Bao felt that it was not unusual. Is there any place that sells spirit cards? Tang Tian asked casually. Crush. So cool. You will know in a while. Bing did not even raise his head, his hands moved quickly. Tang Tian could see that he was piecing something together. Sure enough, Tang Tian took out 10 soul cores and threw them to Yu Bao. I want these. Suddenly, the crane body in Tang Tian's body moved. On the shelf opposite him, there was a weak undulation. Yu Bao respectfully replied, "Thank you for your reward." He was secretly delighted. He had played a trick just now. He had only taken 1 soul core from this pile of trash from Old Chow. Now that he had 10 soul cores and 10 times the profit, he was already quite satisfied. Furthermore, the moment the spirit nucleus touched his hand, he could tell that the wood-type spirit nucleus in his hand was produced by a green sandalwood ape, which was rather rare. Uncle Bing, do you have anything good in here? Tang Tian could not help but ask. The boys and girls were all excited, and their eyes were shining. Without saying anything, they rushed into the store. It could be seen that Bing still needed some time, and since Tang Tian could not understand it, he casually strolled around. Yu Bao also knew that the young master in front of him was not easy to fool, so he did not make any rash moves. Instead, he honestly told him where he came from. Yu Bao stared at Bing with his mouth agape. This fellow, was he not a spirit general? Yu Bao was sure that he had never seen this young master and these 2 spirit generals before. Bing's blank face, in Yu Bao's eyes, became strange and dangerous. Could it be that it could read minds? Yu Bao could imagine, when this bronze mechanical ostrich appeared on the streets, the whole of 3 Spirit City would be in an uproar. Without saying anything, Tang Tian flipped over and sat on it. Without batting an eyelid, he flattered Tang Tian. In his eyes, this young master probably had the same hobbies. If not, why would he buy a 4th level spirit card? And he even came to 3 Spirit City to buy a 4th level spirit card. If it was another person, Yu Bao would have scolded the other person, saying that he was sick in the head. Damn it, why are they here? As long as you have good eyesight, you can find real gold in the sand. Yu Bao hurriedly said, I wonder what level young master wants to buy? If you want to talk about benefits, Lin Ji Card Shop is not bad. It has a wide range of products, and the prices are not expensive. But most of his cards are silver grade. If young master wants to buy a high-level gold grade spirit card, it is better to go to Treasure Card House. That is a place that specializes in selling rare spirit cards. But the price is not something that ordinary people like us can afford. Of course, to young master, that is naturally not a problem. Tang Tian hurriedly did as he was told. Indeed, there was a weak connection between him and the ostrich. Tang Tian's heart moved. The bronze mechanical ostrich that walked out of the trash, the unparalleled masterpiece of the 3 big armies era. Yu Bao gave a look of understanding. In this world, there are always people with different tastes. Bing interrupted him and said coldly, Old Chow is really stupid. He actually sold the antiques from the former Luoman ruins to you as trash. Tang Tian was slightly surprised. He walked to the front of the shelf and found the source of the undulation. Other than spirit nuclei, the green sandalwood ape did not produce anything else. Furthermore, this type of star spirit beast had thick meat and extraordinary strength. It was very difficult to deal with. If the weak could not deal with it, the strong could go and hunt for the 5th-level spirit nuclei. No one was willing to put in so much effort for nothing. Bing asked Tang Tian for 10 spirit nuclei and casually threw them to Yu Bao. He then turned and walked towards the pile of trash. When Bing entered the door, he heard the conversation between the 2 shop assistants on the opposite side of the street clearly. The others were stunned by her exclamation and looked into the shop. "Where can I buy the rank 4 mental cultivation spirit card?" Tang Tian asked. With the bronze mechanical ostrich advertising, he could totally monopolize the trash. As long as the selling price was not high, naturally there would be people willing to try their luck. Then, he would be able to openly do the trash business. Taste-iske, how did he come up with such a brilliant idea? It really is the bronze mechanical ostrich. Yu Bao beamed with joy. Being a rich young master was the most exciting. "Thank you for your reward." "All right." Bing's voice suddenly came from behind. A bronze crane the size of a baby's palm stood quietly on the shelf. Tang Tian picked up the bronze crane and blew away the dust on its surface. The bronze crane was as clean as new. It was made up of extremely fine bronze feathers and was extremely delicate. There was a small hole on the top of the crane. It was probably used to tie a string. Tang Tian guessed that it was some kind of ornament. The spirit nuclei of the green sandalwood ape was a good material to create rank 4 fist-type spirit cards. It was much more valuable than the normal rank 4 spirit nuclei. Tang Tian and Yu Bao heard him and immediately turned around. Yu Bao stared blankly at the bronze ostrich in front of Bing while Tang Tian exclaimed and rushed over. "Uncle Bing, what is this?" "Wow! The ancient mount of the Southern Cross Army." A group of people passed by the entrance of the shop. One of the ladies glanced into the shop from the corner of her eyes. She was stunned. After a while, as though she had just woken up from a dream, she exclaimed, "Bronze mechanical ostrich." Yu Bao saw them and his expression changed. The bronze ostrich was slightly taller than Tang Tian. It looked very similar to an ostrich. Its entire body was made of bronze parts. Its 2 legs were very thick and strong, giving off a very heavy feeling. There was a saddle-like place on the back of the ostrich for riding. Tang Tian's attention turned to Bing, who was tossing and turning in a pile of junk. Tang Tian moved closer, only then did he see clearly. This pile of junk was really a pile of scrap metal. All of them were oddly shaped, looking like some parts of a machine. From the color, it should be bronze. No wonder Yu Bao was not confident that it was an antique. Although these bronze objects were old, there was no rust on them. It looked like they were at most 12 years old. Bronze mechanical ostrich, a land mount. The standard equipment of the Southern Cross Army's recruit camp. Bing said lightly, "Young master wants to buy a rank 4 spirit card." Yu Bao put on a look as though he was thinking for Tang Tian. "I remember, there is a shop in the east of the city called Sai Lei Card Shop. They specialize in collecting all kinds of strange cards. They even have gold-grade cards for fundamental martial techniques." Yu Bao's eyes lit up. With a sweep of his hands, he did not miss a single spirit nucleus. "Wow, that's pretty powerful!" Tang Tian exclaimed in admiration. Yu Bao's hidden weapon technique was very outstanding. Gold-grade cards for fundamental martial techniques? Tang Tian was stunned. It was the first time Tang Tian heard that there was a gold-grade card for fundamental martial techniques. Rumble rumble. No matter how you looked at it, Bing was definitely a spirit general. But, for a spirit general with such high intelligence, how high would its rank be? These spirit generals would always have some strange abilities. Yu Bao had heard more than once that those high-level spirit generals were terrifying. They had powerful and mysterious abilities. They could toy with humans in the palm of their hands. At the same time, they could make people wish they were dead. It was as though Yu Bao saw a golden path. This bronze crane was bought a few years ago. It's not worth much. I don't know which artist made it. It's pretty good. If young master likes it, I'll give it to you. Yu Bao said generously. He did not spend a single cent on it. He knew that the other party was not easy to fool. But he was generous and did not care about money. This bronze crane was so new. It should have been made not long ago. It was not worth much. It could only be used as a decoration. UG unappraised item monopoly. Ha, this shop name is awesome. Trash? Yu Bao's expression turned sluggish. He laughed exaggeratedly. Mister, you really know how to joke. Why would my shop have trash? These things were just excavated from the ruins of the Roman Empire. Tang Tian played with the bronze crane. He felt that the bronze crane was probably related to the crane sect. If not, it would not be able to sense his crane body. The bronze crane was in his hand. Other than the clear undulations, there was no other reaction. Tang Tian placed it into the Aquarius martial cabinet. Leave your martial spirit imprint here. Bing pointed at the back of the ostrich's head. Try your luck. UG unappraised item monopoly. Both luck and foresight. Such a knowledgeable spirit general could only appear in those families with a long history. Furthermore, it was the Southern Cross Army. That was one of the 3 great armies of the Scorpio dynasty. This period of history was so long ago that the youngsters nowadays did not even know about it. The bronze mechanical ostrich's drooping eyelids opened. The bronze eyeballs inside moved slowly. Chapter 68. This was a straightforward lady. Tang Tian's expression softened. However, Tang Tian had no experience. He lowered his voice and asked Bing, Uncle Bing, how did you settle it? Yushi nodded, all right. The female spirit general's body froze. My friend has offended your excellency. Please forgive her recklessness on account of her young age. Yushi composed herself and said in a low voice. The ostrich was taller than Tang Tian. It was about 2 meters tall. It was completely made of bronze and was extremely heavy. The ostrich was the standard equipment of the Southern Cross Army recruits. Its performance was outstanding. It could maintain a 5th-level light body technique standard for long-distance running. However, its greatest strength was in full sprint. Ghost Claw stared coldly at Ba Fan. Bing saw Tang Tian riding the ostrich and was in a trance. Once upon a time, the ostrich charge of the Southern Cross Army's recruit camp was famous. Luo Yi and Lin Wei threw their money bags over. In the blink of an eye, Tang Tian had collected 35th-level spirit nuclei. Yu Bao was drooling at the side. The value of a 5th-level spirit nucleus was much higher than a 4th-level spirit nucleus. 35th-level spirit nuclei was a huge sum. Tang Tian, who was in a bad mood, did not look any better. Either be a slave or redeem yourself. Bing spat out the 4 words. Bing was emotional. Bing looked at the scene and his emotions were in turmoil. Tang Tian's movements were not the least bit rusty. His punch was extremely ingenious. He had the demeanor of a recruit from the Southern Cross Army. Lin Wei turned to Tang Tian helplessly. Brother, I wonder if you would be willing to part with this ostrich? Lin Wei was furious. You have some standards. Sush. Lin Wei was still stubborn. Sir, you should be lenient when possible. Do you really think the Lin family is easy to mess with? The smile on Tang Tian's face disappeared. Even an idiot could hear the unfriendliness in the other party's tone. The godlike young man was a school tyrant. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian was unhappy. He narrowed his eyes. You sure talk big. Shua, a saber light suddenly blossomed above Tang Tian's head. It really is the bronze mechanical ostrich. A young man dressed in white stared at the bronze mechanical ostrich with interest. He exclaimed in admiration, I've long read about it in the books. The bronze mechanical ostrich is one of the most famous mounts of the Southern Cross Army. I didn't expect to see the real thing today. Luo Yi only felt his vision darken, as if a mountain was rushing towards him. At that moment he even felt suffocated. A blade aura brushed past Tang Tian's scalp. Ba Fan. At this moment, Lin Wei was completely enraged. Ba Fan actually did not dare to attack Lin Wei. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Wei only felt that he had lost all face. One could imagine the rage in his heart. Tang Tian felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. Without saying a word, he shrank his head back. Hearing that, Tang Tian laughed out loud. It seems that every fellow who has been beaten up by me will say the same thing. Bang. In the entire Seoul region, Three Spirit City was not considered a big city. These people often appeared in Three Spirit City, so Yu Bao naturally recognized them. These few young men and women had deep backgrounds, and they came from different families. With these few young masters working together, no one in Three Spirits City dared to mess with them. However, she underestimated the strength of Tang Tian's kick. The crane body energy and the ostrich's charging force caused her to groan as she carried Luo Yi and flew out. Wang Dao told me, she said softly. Seeing that he was about to brush past the bronze mechanical ostrich, Tang Tian snorted coldly. His right leg was like a poisonous snake, and he quietly tapped it. Lin Wei's face changed, and his heart sank. Luo Yi's face was ashen. He was completely shocked by the opponent's power. He was dumbstruck and did not even know how to dodge. The weight of a few tons, the terrifying explosive force during the charge, produced an incomparable impact. Tang Tian shook his head. Oh. Then use something else to make up for it. Tang Tian glanced at the sword on Hua Ling's waist. That sword is not bad, I'll use it. The difference in strength is too big. Yu Shi's face was still filled with fear, but she was still able to maintain her composure. Lin Wei was stunned and exclaimed, "Impossible!" Ghost Claw was originally a level 7. Although because of the spirit nucleus, he could only reach level 6, but his master-level claw technique allowed his strength to far exceed an ordinary level 6 spirit general. The senses between spirit generals were extremely sensitive, which was why Ba Fan was so timid. Hua Ling burst into tears, and the other two did not know what was going on. A strong and fierce spirit general floating beside Lin Wei suddenly opened his eyes, bent his knees slightly, and like a cannonball, he rushed towards Tang Tian. Yo, seems like you've met a tough opponent. Luo Yi's face turned cold. One look and you knew he was not someone to be trifled with, but Ba Fan's body actually shrunk back slightly. Yu Shi's face changed slightly. Wah, you can't run away. Call me back. Lin Wei was stunned, and his face was extremely ugly. Target Luo Yi. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian seemed to have expected it, and stretched out his fist. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Ba Fan. Lin Wei reacted at this time, and his face flashed with deep anger. Ba Fan. Kill him. Before Tang Tian finished his sentence, the bronze mechanical ostrich leaped out, and its target was the young lady and Luo Yi in midair. Tang Tian was in a bad mood, and he stared at Wang Dao in the sky. That strike just now was too dangerous for him. Tang Tian suddenly realized that his strength was actually the weakest among them. This made him feel rather unhappy, and he hated the feeling of being weak. Be careful. Lin Wei's face changed. Tang Tian looked down from above, and suddenly grinned. The bronze mechanical ostrich beneath him suddenly moved, and suddenly rushed towards Luo Yi. Hua Ling's eyes were red, and she cried, I didn't bring the spirit nucleus. The difference in strength is too big? Lin Wei did not believe it. Impossible. Ba Fan is level 5. Yu Bao recognized these few youths. Hua Ling's spirit general Pink Feather, under the intimidation of Bing, did not dare to move. The other few youths also had weird expressions, and were trying hard not to laugh. Yuhila stopped Lin Wei, turned her face, and stared at Tang Tian. Since it has happened, it has to be resolved. Whatever you think, we will agree to it. Tang Tian did not have the slightest intention of slowing down. He bent down and lowered his body. The bronze mechanical ostrich's eyes suddenly lit up, and its 2 claws suddenly stepped forward, and its head was like the long spear in the charging knight's hand, flat. Lin Wei was a little surprised, but immediately became furious. Ba Fan, what are you standing there for? At this time, a young lady in purple beside the white-shirt youth ran to the white-shirt youth's side, and continuously shook the white-shirt youth's sleeve. Brother Wei, I want the big bird. I want the big bird. You were so arrogant just now, why, now you're young and reckless? Tang Tian laughed coldly, and did not fall for the other party's trick. The young lady who wanted the big bird was called Hua Ling, and was the youngest among them. Seeing that things had gotten out of hand, her face was full of fear, and she hurriedly ordered the spirit general beside her, Pink Feather, quickly go save Sister Yushi. Ghostly Claw's gaze turned to Wang Dao, who could no longer maintain his calm appearance, and gripped the blade in his hand tightly, as though he was facing a great enemy. Slave? Tang Tian shook his head. These people were used to being masters. To make them slaves, the unlucky one would be himself. Redeeming oneself was a good idea. Tang Tian immediately raised his head. Since you guys admit defeat, redeem yourselves. Everyone here is a person of status. If anyone pays less, then everyone's face will not look good. Bing suddenly appeared in front of Tang Tian, grabbed the treasured sword, and asked coldly, I don't like captives who don't understand etiquette. Don't you even know how to unsheath the sword and offer the tribute? The spirit general beside her was a fully armed female spirit general, who opened her eyes and unsheathed her sword. Her body was like a sword, and she was about to pounce on Tang Tian. Yu Bao's face changed, but immediately became weird. Hey kid, know your place. Luo Yi originally wanted to see Lin Wei make a fool of himself, but upon hearing Tang Tian's words, he could not help but say it, name a price, don't be so shameless. The speed of the bronze mechanical ostrich was already astonishing, and with the speed of the spirit general pouncing, although Tang Tian's punch was only a rank 3-minute collapsing fist, but the spirit general felt as though it was hit by a heavy hammer and was sent flying far away. Hua Ling's face was full of pain, but she gritted her teeth and took out the treasured sword at her waist and threw it towards Tang Tian with all her might. Tang Tian hurriedly controlled the bronze mechanical ostrich to jump to the side. In the air, a spirit general wielding a sword had its eyes drooped, but it was not angry. A horrifying aura enveloped Luo Yi in an instant. He turned and walked to the bronze mechanical ostrich, and hung the treasured sword beside the saddle. Both parties crossed each other, and the spirit general was sent flying far away. Tang Tian's heart was beating wildly. 10 rank 5 spirit nuclei, this woman was actually so rich. In midair, Yushi saw Tang Tian rushing towards her angrily, but she did not panic and shouted, Wang Dao. The opponent is rank 6, and doesn't seem to be an ordinary rank 6. Yushi said in a low voice, I'm afraid we've offended a powerful person this time. With that, she took out an exquisite small bag and threw it to Tang Tian. 10 rank 5 spirit nuclei, I believe this price is not low. The other 3 were stunned. They did not bring any extra spirit nuclei with them. Not an ordinary rank 6, Lin Wei shut up. Among the few spirit generals, Yushi's Wang Dao was the strongest, with the strength of a rank 6. The spirit general beside him reacted quickly, and in a flash, he appeared beside Tang Tian. Ba Fan's body was as sturdy as a mountain, and his face was expressionless, exuding a strong sense of ferocity. In comparison, Ghost Claw's figure was much smaller. Ghost Claw's bones were purple, his back was hunched, and he looked like an old man who was about to starve to death. At this moment, a snow-white palm appeared behind Luo Yi without warning, grabbed his body, and flashed to the side. Yushi carried Luo Yi and swept to Lin Wei's side, and she said in a low voice, Call Ba Fan back. A glint of excitement flashed in Tang Tian's eyes. The bronze mechanical ostrich created 2 dazzling sparks on the ground, leaving 2 deep trenches. With this force, the bronze mechanical ostrich stopped its momentum and successfully completed its turn. And the girl in the sky, who was carrying Luo Yi, had yet to land. The opponent's reaction was fast, and with her other hand, she blocked Tang Tian's kick. Annihilation of Time, the ancient bronze bird, once again charged. At this moment, a spear appeared in Bing's hand, and the tip of the spear pointed at the female spirit general. Chapter 69. Sai Lei had long noticed the 2 spirit generals behind Tang Tian, especially Bing. Bing's face that was like a whiteboard was too eye-catching. When she heard Tang Tian say that the ostrich was pieced together by Bing, her eyes flashed a strange look. Tang Tian was stunned. That's impossible. The rest of them looked even worse. To these big families, etiquette had always been a symbol of status. They had always respected etiquette with a long history. Any family or aristocratic family would think of ways to connect their own family with those famous families with a long history, and what made them look noble and deep was often etiquette. This was also what they liked to laugh at the nouveau riche. Sai Lei placed her elbow on the table and held her chin. In the dim shop, under the lights, she was as beautiful as a sculpture. All right, let's talk about cards. Young man, what card do you want to buy? The few of them gasped. Luo stammered, there shouldn't be such a long history in this world. Then what did you ride in the past? Tang Tian asked curiously. Bing, who was floating behind Tang Tian, looked at him as though he was looking at the new recruits. It's actually very boring. Bing said honestly, if you ride for too long, you'll feel like vomiting. That young man, what exactly was his background? I'm here to buy spirit cards. Tang Tian revealed his background. I think it was on the ostrich. Lin Wei recalled. You pieced it together yourself? Sai Lei sat up straight and put down the cigarette in her mouth. Are you Sai Lei? Tang Tian looked at the red-haired beauty in front of him. Tang Tian followed her incuriously. Upon entering, he was immediately attracted by the spirit cards on the wall. Yubao was right. The cards in Sai Lei's shop were not high level. The highest level that Tang Tian had seen was only rank 5. But there were many strange and weird cards. Tang Tian shook his head firmly. I only like Chia. She bent down, revealing her charming cleavage. Her voice was sexy and seductive. When that time comes, I'll do whatever you want me to do. If a spirit general was 2 or more levels higher than a martial artist, it would be extremely dangerous. Yushi thought for a while, maybe it's because of the other spirit general beside him. That spirit general actually has no face. That's weird. I can't see through him at all, and I'm afraid his background is not ordinary. Why? Tang Tian shook his head. I think he's very powerful. Uncle Bing said those simple things, but I don't think many people can do it. Rushing to the entrance of the shop, Tang Tian applied the emergency brake, and the bronze mechanical ostrich came to a steady stop. Tang Tian was stunned for a moment, and suddenly exclaimed, Uncle Bing, so you guys were so powerful in the past. Why don't you teach me the ostrich tactics? But when Lin Wei and the rest heard these words, their faces turned solemn. They were very clear of the family's obsession with ancient etiquette. That's right. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Uncle Bing is very powerful. Bing Tian Luo Tian, Shi, Luo Luo Luo, Tian Luo Luo. Everyone's face darkened. Sai Lei's expression stiffened. She straightened her body, and the sexy charm on her face disappeared without a trace. She said in a bad mood, Speak, what business do you have with me? Wow, Uncle Bing, you guys were so cool back then, riding ostriches every day. Tang Tian hugged the ostrich's neck and shouted excitedly. He had never been so fast, it was like he was flying. Who introduced you to me? Sai Lei lit a cigarette and puffed out a smoke ring. She closed her eyes and said lazily, Don't say I found it myself. My shop is not a famous shop. Impossible? Bing's voice was dull. That simple? She suddenly said, Did you guys notice where he hung his sword? She comforted everyone. Don't worry, if he is really as we guessed, since he accepted us to redeem ourselves, it means that our grudge is over. Tang Tian jumped down from the back of the ostrich. She took a deep breath and said, That's why I was suspicious of his background. I've seen this in books before. It's an ancient ritual, where a captive surrenders and offers his weapon. Nowadays, no one uses this anymore, but the other party still follows this ancient ritual. Tang Tian did not care too much. He asked curiously, Are you Sai Lei? These things are outdated. Bing's voice was filled with disappointment. Things that are destined to fail have no value. You bow, Tang Tian answered. But, trying to find some clues from this kid. That's really a naive idea. Back then, you guys were riding ostriches every day. It must have been awesome. Tang Tian felt that if he could ride as fast as lightning every day, it would be extremely carefree. Yes, Uncle Bing did it. Tang Tian pointed at Bing, who was floating above him. The ostrich tactic consists of 6 major subjects and 13 minor subjects. You have to reach 70% to be qualified. Bing explained. Time is the fairest judge. Bing's voice returned to normal. If it is annihilated, it means that its era has passed. Definitely not. Lin Wei said firmly, but it could be a branch, and its ancestors can only trace back to that era. Lin Wei and the rest were in low spirits. They had been in Three Spirits City for a long time, but they had never felt so vexed. She was meticulous, and the family behind her was the most profound among the four of them. She knew much more than them. And this was an inconspicuous detail, but because it was inconspicuous, it was even more believable. She winked at Tang Tian, and a strong electric wave shocked a few people who were passing by. One of them even walked straight into a ditch. He rode on the ostrich and ran wildly on the street, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Although the ostrich was not gorgeous, its huge body, coupled with its agile movements and super-fast speed, made everyone gasp in surprise. This question immediately attracted the attention of the others. Yes, Tang Tian was only at the 3rd level of strength. How could he have the ability to bring along a 6th-level spirit general? To a big family with a deep foundation, obtaining a spirit general was much easier than training. Hence, their research on spirit generals was much deeper than ordinary people. They had long discovered that any martial artist could only possess a spirit general that was 1 level higher than him. The era of the 3 great armies. Yushi said, "Ah, really? This is such fun. Why would I want to vomit?" Tang Tian could not imagine. "Little brother, how about giving this bronze mechanical ostrich to me?" The red-haired beauty raised her head and revealed a charming smile. Her eyes were like lightning, and her chest was surging. The bronze mechanical ostrich. A red-haired beauty rushed out. Seeing the bronze mechanical ostrich, her eyes lit up and she rushed over. She circled around the bronze mechanical ostrich, touching it here and there, and exclaiming from time to time. Tang Tian shook his head. "I won't send you off." The red-haired beauty stood up and combed her fiery red hair. She said flirtatiously, "I am Sai Lei. Little brother, if you want to woo me, as long as you give this bronze mechanical ostrich to me, I will agree to it." Hua Ling pouted, her eyes were still red. "He actually said that I don't know etiquette. That's too despicable." The bronze mechanical ostrich suddenly exerted strength on one of its legs. With a bend of its body, it made a nimble turn and rumbled towards Sai Lei card shop. Simple? Also riding an ostrich? Bing was stunned, but immediately added, "As an instructor, of course I have to set an example. It's not that I'm not strong enough. Unsheathing the sword as tribute? I've never heard of it." Lin Wei shook his head. "Which dynasty is it from?" "Wow, it sounds fun." Tang Tian's eyes widened. "Yes, it's hung beside the saddle. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but I've seen a few ancient paintings of the Southern Cross Army. Their spoils of war were all hung in the same position," Yushi said. "Also, unsheathing the sword as tribute was also a surrender gift from that time." Her fiery red hair was like a burning flame. The black tight-fitting leather miniskirt vividly displayed her wonderful figure. Black stockings, long legs, high-heel shoes that looked like long nails, her breasts that seemed to be on the verge of bursting out. Her red lips were alluring and sexy. Under her long eyelashes was a pair of eyes that were as blue as the sea, and under her left eye were 3 extremely small moles. "Come in." Sai Lei threw down a sentence and entered the shop with a cold face. Everyone's face was still gloomy. Tang Tian had long forgotten about what happened just now. In 2 seconds, it was impossible to bypass the 12 wooden stakes that were placed in a disorderly manner. Although the bronze mechanical ostrich's explosive power was shocking and could reach the 6th level, its own weight was shocking and its inertia was huge. It was impossible to complete such a complicated turn in such a short time. If Tang Tian heard this, he would definitely think that it was all nonsense. Tang Tian wanted to argue, but suddenly saw a signboard far away from the corner of his eye. His attention was immediately attracted. Sai Lei card shop. "It's there. Little ostrich, let's go." The red-haired beauty's smile froze on her face. She scolded softly, "Is he too young? Even this trick doesn't work? Only rookies ride birds." Bing, who was floating behind Tang Tian, said casually. The few of them were gloomy. Their families would not care if they ran amok outside. If they offended any powerful families, their families would be in trouble. Hua Ling burst into tears. She took a puff of her cigarette and said meaningfully, to be proficient in such ancient machinery, he must be a powerful person. Sai Lei was stunned. This answer was out of her expectations. Suddenly she reacted. This bronze mechanical ostrich was also bought from him? You guessed it right, Tang Tian said. We bought a pile of rubbish and pieced it together ourselves. Is it fun? Bing sneered. There's a simple task. Within 2 seconds, bypass 12 wooden stakes that are placed in a disorderly manner. Chapter 70. Tang Tian shifted his footsteps and dodged the punch. The biting cold energy brushed past Tang Tian's face. Tang Tian's 5 fingers were like hooks, locking onto his opponent's wrist. There was a flaw in his right shoulder. The sounds of fists, palms, and kicks colliding were as dense as rain. And then? Tang Tian asked impatiently. Within half a minute of the black robot activating its power mode, Tang Tian was completely suppressed and at a complete disadvantage. He could only barely defend himself. His shoulders, thighs, and other areas were all punched. Previously, Tang Tian's movements were still somewhat jerky and incoherent. Although he had trained every martial technique to perfection, there was never a time where he had to perfectly fuse a few martial techniques together. But now, those jerky areas were slowly being polished off. Tang Tian's movements were becoming more and more coherent, with a sense of freedom. Bang bang bang. It was the first time he heard someone explain spirit cards in such a way, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was too appropriate. Spirit cards were used to explain martial techniques, and martial techniques were a way to use power. The black robot's eyes flashed with a demonic red light, and its attack increased substantially. After saying that, Sai Lei picked 5 cards, opened the back of the Sai Lei testing device, and inserted the 5 cards. Welcome to the first battle of the Sai Lei testing device. Sai Lei's face was fanatical, and his finger pointed at Tang Tian. Go. Sai Lei testing device. The black robot's movements suddenly became flustered, and it tried to use its arm to block the attack. Tang Tian's palm trembled, and the broken shadow palm suddenly exploded. I'm a close-quarters combat expert. Tang Tian was not the least bit modest. I'm very powerful. Originally, bronze was the best, but the ancient bronze formula has long disappeared. I tried many times, but the energy conduction is not very good. So I chose black steel. Oh, black steel is also cheap. Sai Lei continued, the star treasure inside is a bronze star treasure, a cheap item. Oh, you're a close-quarters combat expert, then I'll have to pick a few cards. Tang Tian listened attentively. At the side, Sai Lei was dumbstruck. Crane-style Chi manual. Tang Tian answered honestly. Crane-style Chi manual. Sai Lei was moved, her blue pupils flashed a look of surprise. She looked at Tang Tian from head to toe. I couldn't tell, young lad, you do have some skills. The crane-style Chi manual is famous for being hard to train. Tang Tian's gaze landed on the sire tester. It looked exactly like a human. Its entire body was jet black, and it was the size of a human. The structure of its entire body was very precise, and even the facial features of its head could be distinguished. The joints of its limbs looked rather complicated. Tang Tian's fist collided with his opponent's iron fist. Level 4 is indeed suitable for my shop. Sai Lei understood, but felt it was strange, running to 3 Spirit City to buy a 4th level spirit card. You're really weird. It looks like you're using it for yourself. What's your 3rd step? Star treasures, because of their power, are used as weapons by everyone. But this is such a waste. The spirituality of the martial spirit in the star treasure is completely wasted. People only care about their power. As for the spirituality of the martial spirit, no one cares. Only those high-level star treasures, whose martial spirit can automatically train and become stronger, are favored by people. What a short-sighted human. Close-quarters combat expert? Sai Lei was stunned. I'm really curious now. Both parties' movements and fists were increasing in speed. Sai Lei was getting more and more nervous. She could no longer see both parties' movements clearly. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. So fast. Both parties were fighting in a very small area. It was dazzling to the eyes, so fast that it was hard to see clearly. His intuition was like a smooth mirror, clearly reflecting every detail of his surroundings. And then I completed Sai Lei's tester. Sai Lei said proudly. It was the first time Tang Tian met an opponent who had the same reaction speed as him. Those people in the past might have surpassed him in terms of martial techniques, but in terms of reaction speed, no one could contend against him. This was also why Old Fart Wei suggested him to walk the path of a close-quarters combat expert. Tang Tian's reaction speed was fast, far exceeding the standard of an average person. Sai Lei was indescribably shocked. Tang Tian's attack speed was actually still increasing. She suddenly realized she had met with a freak. The black metal man's left palm made a circle in the air, and the sky full of broken images disappeared. His right fist was like an arrow shot from a bow. Sai Lei revealed a look of nervousness, while Bing looked extremely calm. Half a minute. Following Tang Tian's improvement, the black metal man immediately felt the pressure. Bang bang bang. Sai Lei's sonorous and slightly crazy voice resonated in the warehouse. But when the time reached 40 seconds, Tang Tian started to stabilize the situation. His attack speed once again increased, and the connection between his movements became more smooth and logical. The warehouse at the back was much bigger than expected. It was a full 200 meters long, much bigger than the Caramel Academy's training grounds. Inside, there were many strange tools and many machines. Tang Tian somewhat understood why Sai Lei liked the bronze mechanical ostrich so much. Tang Tian immediately became battered and exhausted. The black metal man's attack suddenly became like a torrential storm. Its chest emitted a wisp of flame, and in a moment, the flame leaped up. Tang Tian was shocked and recovered from his battle state and immediately dodged to the side. But he was immediately attracted by Sai Lei's next words. Tang Tian was deeply attracted by Sai Lei's words and subconsciously blurted out, "Star treasures?" In her eyes, both of their movements were like a ball of blurred shadows. Sai Lei's testing apparatus. Sai Lei's beautiful face was now serious and proud. "This is my most successful work. I have always been passionate about collecting all kinds of low-level spirit cards, and in my research on spirit cards, I have many discoveries. Spirit cards are the way to use power, and star rocks are the source of power. If these two are combined, wouldn't it be a perfect system? But I have spent a lot of time, but have never succeeded. Until last year, I realized that my idea was missing a crucial link, the star treasures." Tang Tian's attention was unprecedentedly focused, and the few martial techniques seemed to have become blurry in his mind. Tang Tian had already stabilized the situation, and not knowing if it was because of his unprecedented focus, the black metal man's torrential storm of attacks, in his eyes, did not seem to be that scary anymore. Tang Tian's reaction was also extremely fast, and he took the opportunity to pull and close in with a knee strike. But Tang Tian seemed to have predicted this, and his palm was like a lock, sliding swiftly to the black metal man's elbow joint, locking the elbow joint, and at the same time, his own elbow bent into an acute angle and fiercely struck the black metal man's chest. "Young man, you are full of confidence." Sai Lei's red sexy lips slightly curved. "Speaking of which, I do have a few interesting cards here. Young man, what is your main martial technique?" A red flame appeared in Tang Tian's eyes, and those who were familiar with him knew that this was Tang Tian's fighting spirit starting to boil, but no one knew that Tang Tian's heart was as cold as ice at this moment. Tang Tian heard this and became spirited. "Don't tell me you want to fight with me?" The black metal man's legs suddenly exerted force, and his body like an arrow rushed towards Tang Tian. Fighting excitedly, Tang Tian's movements became faster and faster, and it was the first time he fought to his heart's content. It was not that easy to find a suitable sparring partner. The black metal man's few martial techniques, Tang Tian could not name. They were strange and tricky. Tang Tian put his hands on his hips, and with a smug look, That's right, I am a godlike young man. If you have any powerful cards, feel free to use them. The black metal man who was hit froze. Without saying a word, he jumped to the side and punched to the side. At the side, Sai Lei's face changed slightly. She knew what this meant. It meant that the Sai Lei testing instrument thought that ordinary attacks were unable to pose a threat to Tang Tian. The Sai Lei testing instrument activated the strong mode. Under this mode, the consumption of star rocks would be doubled, and there was a possibility of the spirit card being burnt. But Tang Tian was not afraid. His movements became more agile, and all kinds of techniques were at his fingertips. These martial techniques were all practiced to perfection, and in terms of proficiency, Tang Tian was already impeccable. This was already the perfect standard in theory, and a higher level would be the Grandmaster level. That required a deeper understanding of this martial technique to be able to achieve it. But Tang Tian's state of mind did not waver, nor was he anxious. Instead, his fighting spirit became even more intense, and in the depths of his heart, his state of mind was like ice, and his intuition was like a mirror. Hearing this, Tang Tian wanted to object. Uncle Bing can train by himself. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Tang Tian's eyes. The black robot's figure suddenly flashed. I suddenly understood. Isn't this the same as humans, although we have meridians, true power, and dantian? But what activates them is still our brain. In the system of spirit cards and star rocks, there is no brain. And the star treasures just happen to make up for this point perfectly. When I started to add star treasures into this system, very quickly I succeeded. She pushed open the door to the warehouse. Come on, young lad, let's see how capable you are. He quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. A Grandmaster level standard would break through the restrictions of the level. Rank 4 mental cultivation type spirit cards. Tang Tian raised his hand. Do you have any special mental cultivation card? Tang Tian retreated a few steps, such a strong force. The key was, the black robot's fist force was very strange. It was like a drill, drilling into Tang Tian's fist. His attacks and changes became faster and more logical. Fight with you? Sai Lei laughed. I don't intend to fight with a close-quarters combat expert. The black robot similarly bent its knees. Tang Tian curiously leaned over. What is this? Until now, there has not been a precise explanation of how star treasures are formed. Star treasures of the same constellation often have some similarities, so humans name them after constellations. The most peculiar thing about star treasures is that they have martial spirits. The higher the level of star treasures, the closer their martial spirits are to humans. They can train by themselves, absorb and refine the energy around them. This is something that no other spirit general can do. His elbow struck the black robot's chest without any fancy moves, and the crane body energy surged in. Bang! Sai Lei walked in front of the black robot. Come on, young lad, let's see how good you are. Almost without thinking, his palm blocked the black robot's fist. Tang Tian's shoulders suddenly shrunk and bounced. Using an unconventional movement, his whole body crashed into the black robot's shoulder. Who knew that the black robot would backhand at the same time? Chapter 71. Bing did not make a sound, and only stared at Tang Tian. He was much more experienced than Tang Tian in battles, and was not surprised when Tang Tian fought with the Sai Lei testing instrument. In the past, the Southern Cross Army had such a similar existence. That was the peak of the ancient machinery era. Regardless of whether it was the machinery or the martial spirit, they were all important methods to train the recruits. Bing was extremely familiar with this. When the recruits first faced such simulated combat training, they would always be in a difficult situation, but as their experience increased, a qualified recruit would always be able to defeat a stronger simulation training partner. Although the Sai Lei testing instrument looked more refined, Bing was not too surprised. The training machines of their era, although cruder, were much more destructive. In comparison, the Sai Lei testing instrument was like a delicate toy. Bing thought to himself. He decided to throw this question to the side. Obviously, Tang Tian just happened to bump into it. For a rookie like him, how would he know how to fight? Tang Tian was not the least bit modest. He took the spirit card and was bursting with confidence. I will definitely be able to master the heavenly dragon energy. Bing's emotions were in turmoil. He was not as calm as he appeared to be. In his eyes, Tang Tian had always been a brainless young lad, a single-celled animal, a person who did not even have 100 fingers to count. Suddenly, he said such earth-shattering words that made Bing flabbergasted. Just now? Tang Tian was surprised. Oh, I just randomly thought of it. Isn't it supposed to be like that? Isn't that what Uncle Bing thinks? Sai Lei's eyes lit up. Countless stars floated in them. Tang Tian felt his entire body turn cold. He shook his head firmly. Everyone's grievances are written off. Unless they offend me again, I will not take the initiative to do bad things. Bing suddenly said, "Do you have any books on the history of Three Spirit City?" Sai Lei felt as though his brain was struck by lightning. He was dumbstruck. I have to look for it. Do you have any black steel? I'm a little hungry. I haven't eaten for a day. Bing did not believe that the Sai Lei testing instrument could defeat Tang Tian. Sai Lei's face was full of regret. You're interested in Three Spirit City? Sai Lei was a little surprised. Three Spirit City is not considered a big city in the spirit region. Its history is only about 1,000 years. But why is it on fire? Tang Tian said innocently. That's right. The crane force is sharp, the dragon force is violent. If you are able to comprehend the heavenly dragon energy, the power of your every move will definitely multiply. Your current fighting style is already very aggressive. If you add in the heavenly dragon energy, the power will be even greater. Moreover, the conversion between crane energy and dragon energy would allow for more changes. Although the heavenly dragon energy is very difficult to train, you can even train the crane body. Godlike young man, I have high hopes for you. Bing did not reply, but stared at Tang Tian. How did you think of that idea just now? With that, Tang Tian waved at Sai Lei, jumped onto the bronze mechanical ostrich, and left with a rumble. This guy always surprises people. Tang Tian listened attentively and mumbled, "Heavenly dragon energy." Sai Lei was stunned for a moment, and suddenly forced a smile. It's not your problem. Seems like this design still has flaws. The last pack of biscuits is finished. Why is this world so hopeless? Tang Tian was even more pleased, but his attention was immediately attracted by the spirit cards. It must be powerful. Uncle Tang Tian Bing seemed to be stunned by his own words, and immediately became elated. Aha! The mind of a godlike young man is as vast as the sea. Tang Tian suddenly tilted his head and looked at the Sai Lei testing apparatus that had been burnt to ashes, and turned to ask Sai Lei, "Sai Lei, then do you want to start a new testing apparatus?" Sai Lei was stunned and immediately realized, I know who it is. Hee, young man, why don't you seize another opportunity and rob them again? They have many good things on them. Tang Tian was also preparing to leave, when he heard Sai Lei suddenly say from behind, "Hey, godlike young man, remember to come and see my new results in a few months." It's all water. Sai Lei spread out his hands. Let me perfect my thoughts first. The black steel is easy to get, but the star treasure is not. I spent a lot of effort to get this star treasure. I can only play with low-level cards now. In this system, the higher the level of the card, the higher the requirements for the star treasure. It's very expensive. I have to save up for a while before we talk about it. It was hard for him to imagine such a person was actually neglected for a few years. I just defeated a few fellows, they redeemed themselves. There was a young lady who did not have a spirit nucleus, so she took this sword. Tang Tian said indifferently. Without learning, he could have a new martial technique. Sai Lei immediately realized the value of it. Sai Lei didn't try to be pretentious and accepted it generously, teasing him. "Hiskiski, young man, you really are young and rich, giving out an artifact in one go, so extravagant that even elder sister's heart is secretly moved. Sister worships money the most. I like rich men the most. Although you are still young, why not follow sister? Sister will love you. You don't even know about the spirit region? Where exactly did you guys come from?" Sai Lei's gaze was weird, but very quickly she frowned and thought, "If you guys go west, there will be a small library. Inside there will be a few related books. The introductions inside are very detailed. Honestly, I am only interested in ancient machines. Bing started to doubt himself. In her hand, there was an additional shiny silver spirit card. You said at the start that you needed a rank 4 mental cultivation technique spirit card to be compatible with Crane-style Chi manual. I only have this for heavenly dragons. It is the true inheritance mental cultivation technique of Draco constellation. Draco constellation was once prominent, but it declined very quickly, similar to heavenly Crane constellation. I can see you have cultivated the Crane body, the essence of the Crane-style Chi manual, the Crane body energy, all the way until you reach the 5th level. You will be able to unleash a considerable amount of power. When you reach the 6th level, unless you learn a higher level mental cultivation technique of the Crane sect, if not, the Crane body energy will not be able to unleash much of its power. 4 heavenly dragons is only at the 4th level. Draco constellation's mental cultivation technique is very unique. From 1 heavenly dragon to 7 heavenly dragons, only when you reach the 8th level will there be a true qualitative change called 8 groups heavenly dragon. It is extremely powerful. Other than 8 groups heavenly dragon, the most powerful aspect of this mental cultivation technique is the heavenly dragon energy. Sai Lei winked at Tang Tian. Sounds like fun. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. The 2 cards were to his liking. Tang Tian's spirit was roused upon hearing that, and said loudly, "Then it's settled. Godlike young lady, you have to work hard." He was really looking forward to his own reminder. What kind of weird things would Sai Lei come up with? The result was as he expected. Tang Tian obtained victory, but Tang Tian's words made Bing truly surprised. Bing's battle experience was plentiful. He immediately realized that Tang Tian's words contained an astonishing value. She stood there blankly, countless thoughts surging in her mind like a storm, colliding. That's right, no matter how intelligent the martial spirits were, they could never be compared to humans. To let them contend with martial artists was originally a wrong path. If this system was used to help martial artists fight, it would definitely be powerful. Tang Tian tilted her head and thought, I feel, although the star treasures have martial spirits and are very intelligent, but they definitely can't be compared to humans. Since that's the case, why don't you design it to be a support equipment? If that's the case, it would definitely be very powerful. It can help humans fight, and is intelligent. If I have such a weapon and can use 5 types of martial techniques, then I will have 10 types of martial techniques, and others will definitely not be able to defeat me. Thank you. Bing turned and was about to leave. In that moment, countless inspirations emerged in her mind. She had many wonderful ideas. She suddenly had a feeling her own invention could possibly change the world. This laughable idea emerged in her mind, but it made her suddenly excited. Sai Lei did not hide her admiration, and with a swoosh, another card appeared in her hand. You are indeed a natural close-quarters combat expert, but I realized you have a weakness, and that is your leg techniques. Your leg techniques, compared to your hand techniques, are much weaker. This double loop kick is very suitable for close-quarters combat. It is very unpopular, borrowing force to exert force. The attacks are continuous, and the energy is very strong. When unleashed, it is like a firecracker. Very interesting. If you can comprehend the heavenly dragon energy and integrate it into your leg techniques, the power will be even greater. Could it be that she had always underestimated this fellow? Actually, he still had some intelligence. Godlike girl. Sai Lei stared blankly for a moment before a smile appeared on her face. What an interesting fellow. He seems to be quite rich. If I can't get a rich husband, then I'll get him a sponsor. Sai Lei who has a sponsor. Wow, that sounds very powerful. Tang Tian could see that Sai Lei was not at a suitable time to be disturbed, and tactfully did not call her, but chatted excitedly with Bing, dancing with joy. Uncle Bing, I feel like I improved again just now. Tang Tian scoffed, and in his hand, a treasure sword appeared, and passed it to Sai Lei. This treasure is for you. I don't use swords in my hands. It is useless. Just nice. You can use it to make a new testing instrument. Ha! Sai Lei laughed. Oh, then it must be powerful to be worthy of a godlike young man. People were always the smartest. Ha! As expected of a godlike young man, to help me solve a big problem. Sai Lei's voice came from behind. That pair of enchanting eyes was currently in high spirits. Filled with confidence, she smiled sweetly at Tang Tian. I have decided to give you 2 cards for free. Why did I not think of that? Bing was very calm. Even if Tang Tian won, he was not too surprised. To him, Tang Tian had all the qualities that an outstanding soldier should have. Training was never discounted. Not only was he not discounted, he was also extremely stubborn towards training. And he never had stage fright during battles. He was a classic battle-type genius, a true battle maniac. Spirit region? Bing acutely caught the 2 words. When she took it over to take a closer look, she could not help but exclaim, "Yeah, Rabbit's silk sword, Lepus Constellation's bronze treasure, this is the first time I have seen it." Chapter 72. Jing Hao glanced at the 2 of them, and when his gaze swept past Tang Tian, a strange look flashed past his eyes, but he did not stop, and walked straight to his own room. This trip to 3 Spirit City, Tang Tian actually had a lot of pent-up energy in his heart. Especially when he was dealing with the 4 young men, he was suppressed by their spirit generals to the point that he could not even lift his head. This made Tang Tian unhappy, extremely unhappy. He was actually suppressed by a spirit general. This was simply too suffocating. I did not volunteer. Tang Tian's face did not look too good. He had finally stepped into the 4th level. His own close-quarters combat expert was also at the entry level, and it was time to find Chia. The bald man's face revealed a desolate look, and his tone was low. "Big brother, don't tell me you don't know, the Big Tomb Outer Barracks is a famous place of exile? All the people who are sent here either have no future or have offended the higher-ups. Big brother, did you offend someone? Then why can we come here?" Tang Tian asked curiously. Jing Hao looked tired, and there were some wounds on his body. Obviously he had gone through an intense battle. Tang Tian did not speak, but a cold light flashed past his eyes. He just realized that he was sent here, and was actually tricked by someone. Seems like it. Tang Tian also noticed this. The energy density here was close to 0, and it was the place with the lowest energy density he had ever seen. Suddenly, Tang Tian asked, "Then how does Jing Hao train?" "Stop them." The old man said without hesitation, "Don't bring trouble to 3 Spirit City." His true power had long reached the 3rd level of perfection, and breaking through the wall of perfection did not require any effort. It was a matter of course. Tang Tian immediately felt the difference between 4 heavenly dragons and crane-style chi manual. Although the crane body energy was sharp, but the true power itself was long-lasting. But the true power produced by the 4 heavenly dragons was extremely violent, as though the meridians were flowing with lava. A slight collision would cause the earth to shatter. Coming out from the library, Bing kept quiet. Here, resources will only be delivered once every 3 months. He would not be in any danger if he stayed near the outer camp. Once the range exceeds 50 li, it will become extremely dangerous. Then boss must have offended someone. Baldy's tone was very certain. As soon as he returned to the recruit training camp, Tang Tian trained like crazy. When Baldy heard Tang Tian say that he wanted to leave this place, his gaze became extremely strange. After stepping into the 4th level, Tang Tian's true power had increased by 5 times. "I didn't offend anyone." Tang Tian racked his brains but couldn't think of anyone he had offended. Tang Tian decided to go outside and take a look. The consecutive double kicks that Sai Lei gave him was a rank 4 leg technique. Tang Tian needed to complete the first 3 levels of training. Tang Tian felt that Sai Lei was right. Actually, when he was fighting with the black metal men, he discovered his own weakness. His hand techniques were far superior to his leg techniques. Once the black metal men used leg techniques, Tang Tian would be abnormally embarrassed. Seeing this, Tang Tian felt that it was strange. What's with that expression? It's not easy to assemble the bronze mechanical ostrich. The old man's expression was solemn. Etiquette can be imitated, but assembling the bronze mechanical ostrich cannot be imitated. During the era of the 3 great armies, it was the peak of ancient machinery. The machinery then was much stronger than it is now. The bronze mechanical ostrich is one of the standard equipment of the Southern Cross Army. Its standard is obvious. You are right to be careful. Where did they go after that? Yes. She hesitated. But I'm worried that Hua Ling and the rest will not be satisfied. I heard that the spirit transformation rabbit silk sword was given to Sai Lei by that guy. Hua Ling has always liked that sword. Why is there an outer camp here? What's the difference between this and a cage? Tang Tian's face was unhappy. If there's a star spirit beast, you're all dead. Tang Tian did not think much of it. Tang Tian decided to ask Baldy. But, until now, no one has walked out of here. Baldy waved his hands. Those who were sent here are all newcomers with bad talents. They are all newcomers who failed in the competition. Everyone's talents are not good, and the resources here are limited. The energy density of the Honeycomb Mountain range is very low. Without star rocks, there's no way to train. There's no use in training, so everyone is too lazy to train. Uncle Bing was deep in thought. He had been like that since 3 days ago. After 3 days, Senior Ghost Claw had once again returned to his previous state of nothingness. Tang Tian took a look. It was Jing Hao. After 3 days, the 4th-tier Dantian pool had completely stabilized. Tang Tian then felt relieved. Tang Tian suddenly realized that from the bottom to the top, the 4 Dantian pools were all different. The 1st-tier Dantian pool was like a teacup, as though it was empty. The 2nd-tier Dantian pool was like a spring, accumulating true power from the manual of fostering qi, thread by thread. And the 3rd-tier Dantian pool was like a small pool, formed from the Crane Qi manual. It was like a sea of clouds, with a lingering aura. And the 4th-tier Dantian pool was like a volcano, with scarlet-red true power slowly flowing inside. Most of the newcomers are here voluntarily. Although it's tough, but I can enjoy the treatment of an iron-ranked martial artist, and my family can be taken care of. Anyway, my talents are bad, and I don't have a future. Earning some benefits is enough for my family. Baldy was optimistic. The Heavenly Dragon true power was much stronger than his previous true power. Until now, Tang Tian finally understood the difference between the 3rd and 4th level true power was huge. If he did not cultivate the crane body, to use the 3rd level true power to fight against the 4th level true power, he could forget about it. Baldy explained. In the beginning, it was said to be because of the treasures, and then because of the star spirit beasts. In the depths of the Beehive Mountain range, there are many strong and dangerous star spirit beasts. This place is very close to the center of Immortal Constellation Mountain. Once those strong star spirit beasts rush out from below, Immortal Constellation Mountain will face a direct threat. They need an outpost. Tang Tian began to train for heavenly dragons. A godlike young lad was not easy to offend. Raising his body, Tang Tian looked around. Tang Tian and Bing did not spend much effort, and found the library that Sai Lei mentioned. Big brother, you must have offended someone. Baldy's tone was firm. Even Master Jing Hao was sent here because he offended the higher-ups. The Big Tomb's outer barracks is famous. You can enter, but you can't leave. Danger lurks everywhere. There are many maze holes, and even the treasures that lead the way are useless here. Even the strong bronze-ranked martial artists are unable to walk out safely. The higher-ups also hope that we can be the outpost here, and if we discover any dangerous star spirit beasts, we can warn them. Sai Lei. The old man frowned and shook his head. Don't provoke her. Big brother, are you one of our honorable martial alliance's people? Baldy took a long time, and then squeezed out this sentence. Yushi's eyes were filled with shock. Don't tell me. I went to Sai Lei's card shop. Yushi laughed bitterly. After listening to Yushi's narration, the old man said, You said that the bronze mechanical ostrich was assembled by him? Tang Tian was determined to go out and find that bastard. But the heavenly dragon energy that Sai Lei mentioned, Tang Tian still had no clue. But he was not anxious. Training the crane body made him understand, to understand the true essence, he needed patience and opportunities. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the entrance of the outer barracks. Tang Tian stared, and his expression was not friendly. If you have something to say it quickly. He shook his head and walked out of the door. Xie was in Rainbow City, he had to ask clearly first. She was dumbfounded. It was the first time she saw such a solemn expression on her grandfather's face. Her heart was in turmoil. Sai Lei, what exactly is your identity? This was Tang Tian's own plan. As for the Honorable Martial Alliance, that was purely a free ride. Tang Tian was not interested in the history of the spirit region at all. What history? Just by listening to it, it was not very impressive. Such superficial content, let Uncle Bing, this kind of uncle, waste his brain. This godlike young man, it was better to go and challenge the existence of martial techniques. That's for sure. Baldy agreed with Tang Tian's point of view. If Big Brother wants to leave, as long as his strength reaches the 5th level and is promoted to an iron-ranked martial artist, he can leave in a carriage. Even with Jing Hao's strength, it did not look easy. What a pity he still wanted to find Jing Hao to compete. Tang Tian trained for a full 3 days to stabilize and consolidate the 4th level Dantian pool. Master Jing Hao is a bronze-ranked martial artist. His strength is valiant. He can go deep into the Honeycomb Mountain range. There are some energy pools there. Master Jing Hao trains there. Baldy explained. But it is too dangerous. Other than Master Jing Hao, no one else can go there. But if he knew who sent him to this godforsaken place, every time he advanced a level, his true power would increase in all aspects. Regardless of the quality or quantity, there would be a huge increase. Yushi's heart trembled. Yes. Yushi nodded. It was assembled by the spirit generals around him. I specifically interrogated Yu Bao, and he did not hide anything. Tang Tian opened his eyes and let out a long breath. It was different from the crane-style Qi manual. Between the breaths, there seemed to be sparks. Remember, do not provoke her. The old man's face congealed. Do not investigate this matter any further. Regardless of where that brat came from, it has nothing to do with us. Since he followed the etiquette of the Southern Cross Army, and since you have redeemed yourselves, then all grudges will be written off. The old man was still not at ease. He muttered to himself, I will inform the few of them. Let them be grounded to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The heavenly dragon true power immediately occupied the dominant position. But like what Sai Lei said, the crane true power that occupied 1/6 of the true power did not dissipate. Instead, it quietly merged with Tang Tian's heavenly dragon true power. What was surprising was that these two different types of true power were perfectly fused together. Especially when Tang Tian tried to use the crane body energy to activate the heavenly dragon true power, the sharp crane body energy did not change at all. The carriage is safer. But there are frequent accidents. Baldy said. Chapter 73. You're right. Jing Hao's expression became gentle, but he immediately sneered. Kong Yu Lin and his group of short-sighted fellows, they only recognize innate talent. Don't worry, they'll regret it. The so-called blood meridians refers to the power contained in your blood. But you're definitely not a blood meridian. He seemed to be very familiar with Lord Kong. Tang Tian was dumbfounded. More than 10? Isn't that like a plate of loose sand? Jing Hao pointed at the black plate. When you condense your martial spirit, you can use it to communicate with the others in the association. It has many other functions, don't lose it. Kong Yu Lin was wrong. Jing Hao said lightly, but Tang Tian saw a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Jing Hao saw Tang Tian's bronze mechanical ostrich and was stunned. For the first time, curiosity appeared in his eyes. This is a bronze mechanical ostrich? Who are you kidding? Tang Tian was in disbelief. Advancing 1 level in 3 months, even Uncle Bing would not dare to brag like that. I want to leave this place. Tang Tian said directly, I want to go to Rainbow City. Jing Hao circled around the ostrich and sized it up. His face did not have the slightest bit of his usual calmness. He was like a curious baby, touching here and there. Tang Tian was astonished. He did not expect Jing Hao to be such an emotional person. Baldy said you offended someone. Tang Tian said, there was no such thing as day or night in the underground world. Darkness was everywhere. If not for the glowing moss that grew everywhere, this place would probably always be in darkness. Alright. Tang Tian did not hesitate, but I want to go to Rainbow City. This was not something that could be achieved by the power of blood meridians. How did you get here? Jing Hao put down his sword and asked lightly. It can't be. Tang Tian stammered with a dull look on his face. He didn't think that there would be a problem with this. He thought that Master Kong was a good person. Jing Hao was stunned. He took out his bronze plate. The sun in the center of the bronze plate flickered. They only gave you an outer barracks identity, which is actually convenient for you. I can give you the identity of an iron-ranked warrior, Jing Hao said without hesitation, but the condition is that you join my faction. Is there no other way? Tang Tian asked unwillingly. Although I am only a bronze-ranked martial artist, it is not up to others to send me away. Although Jing Hao's expression was calm, the arrogance in his tone was naturally revealed. He continued, the reason I came here is because this place is very good for cultivation. Because he was sent here? Jing Hao glanced at Tang Tian. This happens everywhere. Doesn't the school have it? It's just that the weight is different. That's right. Tang Tian nodded. But Tang Tian's face was unkind. Tang Tian was secretly pleased. He said proudly, that's right. Tang Tian's face revealed anger, damn it. Thinking about not being able to see Chia immediately, his mood immediately became extremely bad. That's true. Tang Tian thought about Zhou Peng and immediately felt relieved. Tang Tian clenched his fists tightly. But I will definitely beat them up. Generally, but I think highly of you. With my authority, giving you an iron-ranked warrior is not a problem, Jing Hao said. He then said meaningfully, also, you are now at the 4th level. You are not far from the 5th level. Taking a deep breath, Jing Hao calmed himself down. He raised his head. Let's go. You will have plenty of time to explore in the future. Tang Tian found Jing Hao. Jing Hao was cleaning his sword. Its movements are too big. It will alert the star spirit beasts underground. Jing Hao glanced at Tang Tian. Also, as a martial artist, you should focus on raising your own strength. You should not borrow external forces. This is your iron-ranked honorable martial plate. It proves that you are an iron-ranked martial artist. Your monthly benefits will be transmitted to it. It is equivalent to an Aquarius martial cabinet that can transmit long distances. If you have anything you want to sell, you can also use it to transmit it to other martial artists. The two figures disappeared into the darkness. 3rd level martial spirit. If he did not see it with his own eyes, Jing Hao would definitely not believe it. Why do you think I am here? Jing Hao asked. It is beneficial for training? Tang Tian was stunned. The ancient machine is really powerful. I have always heard of it, but I have never seen it with my own eyes. Previously, I did not believe it. Now, I can only admire the standards of the ancient people. So powerful. Jing Hao let out a heartfelt praise. He stood up and changed his tone. Keep it. Jing Hao suddenly realized that he had really picked up a treasure this time. Jing Hao frowned. Where did you study in the past? Jing Hao ignored him. He wiped his own sword. His movements were gentle and his expression was focused. He treated Tang Tian as if he did not exist. No problem. I can send you out. Jing Hao said calmly, but I don't suggest you leave now. Jing Hao looked at Tang Tian. His expression was normal. What's the matter? Tang Tian shook his head. I don't like the honorable martial alliance. What a pity. Jing Hao's eyes were filled with regret and admiration. What a pity. He was not a sword cultivator, you are right. Jing Hao did not refute. Instead, he agreed with Tang Tian. When the Honorable Martial Alliance was first established, it was a very loose organization. It was even looser in the past. Normally, the authority was mostly in the hands of the division heads. Kong Yulin's sister is the division head of the immortal Constellation Mountain. But, if you want to rise quickly, you can go to Heaven's Road. Although it is dangerous there, the accumulation of merits is far more than what you can achieve. His mind was connected to the bronze plate. He was stunned. It was Tang Tian. I used to be in Wu and Star's Star Wind City. Tang Tian said honestly, but my results were very bad. I practiced fundamental martial techniques for 5 years. At first, I was at Andrew Academy. Then I was expelled. Then I went to Caramel Academy. You practiced fundamental martial techniques for 5 years? Jing Hao sat up straight. He was shocked. Jing Hao softened his tone. Seems like I need to tell you about the Honorable Martial Alliance. The Honorable Martial Alliance is a huge organization. There are many internal factions. Some are because of differences in ideas. Some are because of benefits. There are about 10 different factions. Oh. Tang Tian took it and looked at it curiously. The black iron plate was about the size of half a palm. It was extremely hard. It was very heavy. The surface was covered with exquisite patterns. In the middle of the patterns was a sun. Jing Hao could no longer keep his calm. He opened his eyes and exclaimed, "You have already condensed a martial spirit?" "Yes, I condensed it a while ago," Tang Tian said casually. He only needed to think for the words to reach Jing Hao's heart. Tang Tian felt that this thing was very interesting. Tang Tian did not have a good impression of the Honorable Martial Alliance. He felt that they were not as powerful as the rumors said. But after seeing this black iron plate, he finally understood how powerful the Honorable Martial Alliance was. Tang Tian was excited. "Iron-ranked martial artist? I think you have to be at the 5th level." "I understand," Jing Hao said indifferently. Kong Yu Lin is the most realistic person. His weakness is the training grounds. He has always viewed it as his proudest work. You destroyed it. No wonder he was sent here. Join your faction? Tang Tian looked at Jing Hao suspiciously. Jing Hao nodded his head. You will know when you come with me to a place tomorrow. As expected, Tang Tian tried to use his martial spirit to connect with the black iron plate. Immediately, a list of names appeared. Jing Hao was one of them. But the others were gray. Only Jing Hao was bright. Tang Tian thought for a while and pointed at Jing Hao. "Keep it?" Tang Tian was startled. He immediately said, "My 3rd-level light body technique cannot catch up to you." "No." Jing Hao did not stop his hands. "If you do not reach the 5th level and leave the Big Tomb outer barracks, you will be chased by the Honorable Martial Group. Your strength is too weak." Jing Hao did not avoid it. "Your fighting strength is stronger than the average 4th-level martial artist. But compared to the average 5th-level martial artist, there is still a gap. Although Rainbow Star is not some powerful planet, the slightly more powerful ones are all 5th level and above. You will be at a disadvantage if you go there. If you have the patience to stay for another 3 months, I am confident that I can help you raise your level." Jing Hao looked at Tang Tian in a daze. He thought highly of Tang Tian. If not, he would not have used an iron-ranked martial artist to bribe Tang Tian. But he did not expect that Tang Tian had already condensed his martial spirit. Tang Tian said that he condensed his martial spirit during this period of time. That meant that when he was at the 3rd level, he had already condensed his martial spirit. Hearing that, Tang Tian kept the black iron plate. Tang Tian recounted everything that happened on the road. When Jing Hao heard Tang Tian talk about the weak point training grounds, a strange look flashed past his eyes. From Tang Tian's point of view, nothing happened on the road. "It's not a pity." Tang Tian shook his head. "I feel that the fundamental martial techniques are very useful." "What is a blood meridian?" Tang Tian extended his hand and asked. "If your talent is outstanding and your future is bright, he will not take this loss to heart. Instead, he will treat you well. But your talent is terrible, yet you can destroy the weak point training grounds. I am afraid he will think that the reason why you have your current strength is because of your blood meridian." Jing Hao rarely said so much. "Blood meridian?" Tang Tian was at a loss. "I want to leave this place now," Tang Tian said seriously. 3 months later, there will be a carriage coming. If you have reached the 5th level, you can follow the carriage and leave." Jing Hao said indifferently. "What method?" Tang Tian's spirit was immediately aroused. "You will have the chance." Jing Hao did not have the slightest intention to dissuade him. On the contrary, he encouraged him. "If you want to leave, I have a way. I have high hopes for you." Jing Hao did not hide and said calmly. Furthermore, you have inherited Senior Nong's martial techniques. Senior Nong was a core member of this faction when he was alive. No one will object to taking you in. Our faction is obsessed with pursuing strength. Usually, there are no trivial matters. Joining forces is only to protect our interests in the martial group. As for the grudges between you and Kong Yu Lin, the martial group will not care. We will not care either. You settle it yourself. Chapter 74. Oh, I remember, the energy crevice can also be used to refine spirits? Bing suddenly remembered. Tang Tian's face was filled with disappointment. Tang Tian stood up and stretched his body. After sitting for 5 consecutive days, his body was slightly numb. He executed the fist technique a few times, and his body was once again warmed up. Then he entered the light door. Bing nodded his head. Yes. This is an energy crevice. In the past the army had one, but it was not in this encampment. I remember, the biggest use of our energy crevice is to cleanse the body. Tang Tian finally knew why Jing Hao was so confident. The abundant energy here caused Tang Tian's true power to recover to be much shorter. As they continued to move forward, Jing Hao's expression became congealed and vigilant, his hand also placed on the sword at his waist. Don't tell me I belong to that category? Tang Tian pointed to his own nose. Hearing that, Tang Tian did not say anything and kept it. Until now, he then realized Jing Hao's sword was so fast. He revolved his mental cultivation, only to see a few light balls immediately flying towards Tang Tian as though they were attracted. At this point, Tang Tian's hair stood on end, and his face changed. If not for Jing Hao just now, he would already be dead. He looked down at his feet with lingering fear. The black figure was sliced into 2, half of the body had a black wing. A cold light suddenly blossomed in front of Tang Tian. Finished, without any intention of stopping, he continued to move forward. Then what do we do when we attack? Tang Tian asked curiously. The opponent can easily defend against it. Tang Tian was curious. Could it be that it was not an energy pool? Tang Tian could naturally see these energy pools were undoubtedly the best place to train true power. The concentration of energy was already much higher than the usual places outside. If it was outside, such a place would have long been snatched away by the big powers. Only in such a dangerous and dark underground would no one care about it. Why is there such a mystical place in the world? Tang Tian stammered and asked. Seeing this, Tang Tian also sat down. Tang Tian thought for a moment. I want the 8 trigram steps. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any more terrifying things on the way. Suddenly, Tang Tian noticed that not far away, there were 30 large and small pits. These pits were less than half a meter wide, while the big ones were more than 10 meters in diameter. Tang Tian could clearly feel that the energy concentration in these pits was much higher than in other places. After Jing Hao finished his instructions, he turned around and left. Body wash. Tang Tian was attracted by this word. Uncle Bing, have you seen such a place before? Tang Tian could not help but ask Bing. Tang Tian followed closely behind, his gaze sweeping around cautiously, and asked softly, Are there many star spirit beasts here? Seeing that Tang Tian was very determined, Jing Hao did not force him. It's safe here, don't walk out of the crevice. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in the darkness. Tang Tian was shocked. He only felt a gust of wind rushing in front of him. The speed was fast, it came so suddenly he did not even have time to react. So normally, every 5 days, Jing Hao would go back and rest for a few days. That was his limit. How fast do you need to be? Tang Tian was surprised. A straight line was the shortest. This was a principle that everyone knew, but among the martial techniques, a straight line attack was rarely seen. Because it was too easy for the enemy to see through it, and in battle, once the enemy saw through it, it meant that one was at a disadvantage. I still have too little understanding of the current martial techniques, and can't give more explanations. Bing said honestly, you don't need to wash. Your body is very compatible with energy. Not long later, seeing that Tang Tian opened his eyes, Jing Hao said, I want to go back to the base to rest. What do you plan to do? Noticing Tang Tian's gaze, Jing Hao said, That's an energy pool. The human body is very strange, it's very strange. Some people are naturally not compatible with energy, so when they train, their progress will be very slow. Even if they train true power, their body will automatically reject the true power. Serious people are almost unable to train martial techniques. But these people are very talented in other aspects. 4 long journeys, he had the bronze mechanical ostrich. The other 2 light body techniques were not suitable for his fighting style, only the 8 trigram steps was suitable for his close quarters combat expert fighting style. After walking for another hour, with 7 turns and 8 turns, Tang Tian felt dizzy. It's a deep ground bat. Jing Hao's voice came into Tang Tian's ears. 5th level star spirit beasts, their speed is very fast. Look for them, there should be spirit nuclei. With that, Jing Hao sat down cross-legged and started training. Suddenly, Jing Hao squeezed into a small crevice. The crevice required him to turn sideways to squeeze in. In the underground, such crevices could be seen everywhere. Tang Tian immediately followed. Jing Hao's sword was already sheathed. It was indeed a holy land for training. These rice-sized blue light balls were produced, blazed, and extinguished. Tang Tian was extremely focused. He only felt an indescribable comfort, a steady flow of true power. In the blink of an eye, the 4th level Dantian pool was filled with true power. Tang Tian stopped absorbing the energy balls and started to instigate the true power in his body, circulating it along his meridians. Tang Tian was a little depressed. He was almost killed by a low-level star spirit beast, a lot. Jing Hao said, "So at the start I thought there were treasures here. But then I realized there were too many star spirit beasts. It's still alright here, they are all low level. The further down we go, the more powerful the star spirit beasts, even the big shots in the association, do not dare to enter. No one knows what's down there." 4 4th level spirit cards, all silver grade. Flowing light steps. Great ping wings. 8 trigram steps. 1000 forest whirl. Jing Hao did not fly with all his might, obviously taking into account Tang Tian's terrible 3rd level light body technique. This also gave Tang Tian the opportunity to see Jing Hao's light body technique up close. Jing Hao's advance was very unique, perfectly straight, as though it was measured by a ruler. Only when there was a need to change direction, would the direction change, and it would be a straight line. When there was a need to change direction, the feeling was extremely weird, like a robot, stuck. Tang Tian, who passed through the crevice, was stunned by the scene in front of him. Flowing light steps, focuses on speed, and is very suitable for long-distance travel. Great ping wings, flying height is not bad. If matched with a specialized martial technique, its power will multiply. 8 trigram steps. Transformations are complicated. It's about changing positions, but it's very difficult to learn. 1000 forest whirl is suitable for dodging and flying in complicated terrains. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Jing Hao explained. Tang Tian did as usual, and once again revolved his mental cultivation technique, and repeated it. "I don't know either." Jing Hao revealed a rarely seen infatuated look, but very quickly he regained his composure. "I found this place by accident. These energy balls have no attributes, and their energy levels are coincidentally at the 4th level, most suitable for your current standard. It's not much help to me, but compared to the outside, it's still much more effective. You can start training by yourself." Jing Hao did not object, and only said, "If your mind is too tired, you should rest well. Training is not something that can be done in a day and night." "No need, I'm not tired." Tang Tian did not lie. To him, 5 days of continuous training was really nothing. Tang Tian very quickly immersed himself in training. "These light balls are energy." Jing Hao's tone could not help but be excited. "Training in such a place, your training speed will greatly increase. Above us is the energy pool. The concentration of energy here is 100 times that of the energy pool. No wonder it's so scary, it's actually a 5th level star spirit beast." 4 heavenly dragons. Tang Tian had just started training not long ago, and the meridians involved in the mental cultivation technique had not been completely developed. Tang Tian's true power was like a drill, passing through the meridians with difficulty, continuously widening them. This process was extremely slow, and as it progressed bit by bit, Tang Tian's true power was quickly exhausted. A black shadow was sliced into two. "I'll continue training," Tang Tian said firmly. "I brought dry rations." Low level, Jing Hao did not ask any further, and passed the 8 trigram steps to Tang Tian. "Let's go." Jing Hao did not speak any nonsense, and continued moving forward. "All right," Tang Tian replied seriously. Jing Hao noticed that Tang Tian was observing his light body technique, and said, "The light body technique I train in is ruler steps, and I walk in a straight line." Is that so? Is that so? So I'm that powerful?" Tang Tian's eyes lit up. The bottomless abyss slowly floated with specks of blue light balls. There were so many of them, it was like a blue ocean. They kept surging up from the abyss, and when they floated up to the sky, they gradually dimmed, until they were annihilated. That's right, but the biggest advantage of walking in a straight line is that the distance is the shortest, and the speed of walking in a straight line is fast. If you can increase your speed to a certain level, even if the opponent knows your intentions, they will not be able to defend. Jing Hao said indifferently, "Fast enough." Jing Hao glanced at Tang Tian's light body technique, frowned, and took out a few spirit cards. "Here are a few light body technique cards. See if there's anything you like." Tang Tian's face was still slightly pale, but he forced himself to calm down, and quickly found the spirit nucleus of the deep ground bat. It was the size of a soybean, black and shiny. Tang Tian passed it to Jing Hao, but Jing Hao shook his head. "For you, I don't have any use for it." "You're not." Bing explained, "Your body does not repel true power. The reason your talent is so bad is because your affinity with the 5 elements is very balanced. Truthfully, I am very curious about your current martial techniques. In our era, people like you were the best choice. We thought, only when the 5 elements are balanced, will it not be easily countered by others." A light ball floated in front of him, and he extended his palm and caught the light ball. The light ball emitted a slight coolness, and the moment it touched his skin, the coolness drilled into his body, and Tang Tian's spirit was roused. Jing Hao opened his eyes. He looked at Tang Tian, who was meditating not far away, and his eyes flashed a trace of surprise. After 10 consecutive days of training, even Jing Hao himself could not take it. Training for a long period of time was extremely dry and tedious, and the state of mind was easily fatigued. He took a deep breath, and the armor on his body appeared. The faint blue peacock did not have any light in the darkness, and he tightened the gloves on his hands. The 5th day. Chapter 75. Sai Lei looked calm on the surface, but she was extremely anxious in her heart. She did not expect that she would be targeted by the Panda Bandit Group. The Panda Bandit Group was extremely vicious. The 3 of them were extremely ruthless and powerful. All the mechanisms in her shop were cleared by them. The leader was stunned and turned his head. "Old Bai, I seem to remember him saying this before?" Sai Lei was extremely anxious. She regretted opening her shop in such a remote place. Is the martial spirit very powerful? Tang Tian did not understand. Other than creating spirit cards, what other uses does it have? It's really a competition that I'm looking forward to. Bing nodded. But to start this competition, we have to find Sai Lei first. Since you want to die, I won't stop you. Bing stood up straight, his killing intent soaring. Tang Tian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. You'd better pray that you don't get defeated by me. Ha! The thought of you hugging your head and crying in the shadow of my victory, that feeling must be awesome. Spirits? Tang Tian was attracted to Uncle Bing's words. Wah. I want to duel with you. Come, Uncle, tremble in the shadow of this godlike young man. Tang Tian's face was sinister, pointing straight at Bing. Flower Panda squinted his eyes, his face full of bandit aura. Although his tone was slow, it had a hint of fierceness. Why bother? How much money does your shop have? We'll buy. If you follow us, you'll eat and drink well. We're lacking a mechanic. And you're so beautiful and I'm single, what a good match. What's the high level? Tang Tian asked. Bing turned his blank face, his tone calm, but to Tang Tian's ears, it was full of mockery. Sorry, you guessed wrong, I'm one of them. In the warehouse, Sai Lei was surrounded by 3 people. The surroundings were a mess. The floor was littered with all sorts of broken pieces of machinery. White Panda's face was full of smiles, and he took a step forward. Tang Tian's face was full of disdain. Seems like your army is lacking a godlike young man. The Southern Cross Army doesn't seem to be much. Young man, it'll be too late to regret it later. The taste of living a life worse than death will definitely become the best memory of your life. A voice so gloomy that it sent chills down one's spine came from the white face. 4th level brat, how arrogant. Ignorant. Arrogant. Bing retorted sarcastically. Blackie said, too. The ostrich's head was laid flat, like a knight laying flat his spear. Lao Hei said coldly, when I was eating pig trotters the night before yesterday. Uncle Bing recalled and said, our martial techniques at that time were different from now, but our martial spirits were similar. At that time, we did a lot of research on martial souls. Later, we discovered that martial souls are actually a kind of energy imprint. In the beginning, it hid in the depths of one's mind and was extremely weak. Following the martial artist's cultivation of true power, the true power would continuously temper the body, and it would gradually awaken. When a martial artist's true power reaches the 4th level, it just so happens to be a critical point. It will begin to awaken completely and gradually grow stronger. In our era, no one was able to completely understand the mysteries of martial souls. Now, it seemed that no one in this era had figured it out. Some people thought it was actually a kind of energy imprint, some people thought it was a second consciousness. The theories regarding it are numerous and complicated. Martial souls are even more complicated than true power. Flower Panda began to roll up his sleeves, his face smiling. The thick and solid bronze bird's legs drew 2 dazzling sparks on the ground. In the blur of the wind, a strong arm wrapped around his waist. It was as though he was riding on the clouds, as though he was flying among the clouds. All the fear and dread disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, the ground started to tremble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Black Panda was expressionless, but the killing intent on his body became even thicker. Sai Lei looked at the 3 of them coldly, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said with slight mockery, the famous Panda Bandit group actually took a fancy to a small character like me. It really makes me feel honored. Flower Panda, Black Panda, White Panda. Amidst the whistling of the sky and the splashing of rocks like raindrops, an unparalleled and terrifying force suddenly appeared. Tang Tian, who was on the back of the bronze mechanical ostrich, lowered his body, his killing intent soaring. Sai Lei's face changed. The 3 of them's faces changed. Flower Panda's figure flashed and pounced towards Sai Lei. The leader suddenly realized, I remember, damn, in the blink of an eye, Old Bai had already eaten 7. I only managed to bite 1. Damn it. Just wait to worship this godlike young lad. Tang Tian scoffed, his hands in his pockets. Tang Tian jumped up, his eyes opened wide, and stared angrily. Hey, uncle, don't talk nonsense. Godlike young lad, what's a 10th level? They are all targets to be smashed into pieces by this godlike young lad. Tremble. 1 man and 1 spirit stepped into 3 Spirit City. Not caring about Sai Lei, he bent his body, gathered his true power, and fiercely punched behind him. At that moment, Sai Lei's mind was in a trance. Bing, who was always mocking him, suddenly turned his face, his killing intent overflowing. Tang Tian did not show any weakness and stared back. The terrifying energy made his throat taste sweet, and his fist was in pain. He knew that he had broken a bone, and while he was overwhelmed with shock, he borrowed the terrifying energy and pounced to the side. Tang Tian's face drooped. This is a little too far away. Tang Tian rode on the bronze mechanical ostrich, like an ancient heavy-armored knight, stepping on thunderous rumbling sounds, the ground trembling and whistling to kill. Uncle Bing continued. Although we have not figured out the essence of the martial spirit, but our research on it is not for nothing. The two most important elements of the martial spirit, one is the degree of solidification, the other is the degree of purity. But for any strong martial spirit, no matter what its ability is in these 2 points, there is no difference, it is definitely solidified and pure. The degree of solidification of the martial spirit and its degree of purity have a very close relationship. The two spiral upwards, it is very mystical. If you blindly strengthen the martial spirit, you will soon face a bottleneck. At this time, only by raising the purity of the martial spirit can it be strengthened further. At the same time, blindly raising the purity, you will also quickly reach a bottleneck. At this time, you need to strengthen the martial spirit, then you can continue to advance. White Panda clapped his fat palms, his face full of smiles. If you are honored, then follow us. Tang Tian choked, but he immediately laughed coldly. You must be exaggerating on purpose. Whatever spirit refinement is not that scary. Bang. Flower Panda's face changed in midair. The mournful shriek behind him made all the hair on his body stand. Tang Tian's face darkened, riding on the bronze mechanical ostrich, rumbling, along the street, rushing towards Sai Lei card shop. Old hey, what's with your eyes? Another fat man wearing a pure white fur coat could not help but shout, it's definitely an E. But this is not the main point. The main point is, what a pair of beautiful legs, perfect, absolutely perfect. Snow white and smooth, perfect curves, perfect fat and thin, tender and soft, wow, the best of the best. Heh, since it's an open and honorable competition, then of course we have to be fair. Bing's smooth white face seemed to have a cold ray of light flashing past. Training spirit device, such a thing that causes people to tremble in fear. Every recruit, upon hearing this name, would turn ashen. Of course it's powerful. Uncle Bing's tone became slightly serious. You will know in the future, the lower levels are the world of true power, and at the higher levels, it's the world of martial spirits. I don't want to go anywhere. Sai Lei shook his head. After the 10th level, Bing said casually. One man and one spirit looked at each other angrily for a moment, then snorted at the same time, turned around and went their separate ways. Hey, then you can try. Godlike young lad, do you dare to compete? Bing looked up, reminiscing, the time I lasted was 2 hours. Young lad, this is your chance to defeat me in an honorable way. It's really scary, so scary, godlike young lad. The warehouse door behind the three of them was smashed to pieces. Flower Panda saw through Sai Lei's thoughts and chuckled. No one will come, we have already hung up the closed shop sign outside. Seems like you still haven't given up, we can only take action. The two of you help me watch, I want to get closer to the beautiful Miss Sai Lei. Escape? Heh, I'm looking forward to your painful expression. The killing intent around Bing's body became denser. Go find Sai Lei, pass this to her. Bing gave Tang Tian a piece of paper. I'll go buy the ingredients. Bing. Find her for what? Tang Tian laughed sinisterly. Uncle, you must be afraid. The two of them looked at each other angrily. Uncle, don't run away at the last minute. Tang Tian took the paper and clenched his teeth. See. One of them was a skinny young man dressed in a black fur coat, wearing white spectacles, squinted his eyes, and spat out a word. Why is no one coming? The three of them immediately revealed a look of alertness. Sai Lei changed, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation she screamed, help! Tang Tian's face was filled with disdain. Of course not you, uncle. What an unexpected surprise. I never thought that Miss Sai Lei, other than being good with machinery, is also so beautiful, it really makes people drool. This is right. The man in the lead swallowed his saliva, his gaze burning with greed. He was wearing a straw hat, dressed in a black and white fur coat. His body was strong, with a blade of grass in his mouth. Bing's face was filled with disdain. That's far? Godlike young man, you must be afraid. Tang Tian did not really understand. The content was too difficult for him. Uncle, don't tell me you're afraid now. Let me tell you, it's too late to surrender now. I will make you speechless. Tang Tian's face was filled with arrogance and said fiercely. Tang Tian's head was full of black lines, and he clenched his teeth. I will make you lose convincingly. Hee, every fellow, when they start, they make it sound so beautiful. Bing continued to mock and ridicule. Godlike young man, don't not even last 20 minutes, that would be embarrassing. Bing completely ignored Tang Tian's provocation. Speaking of which, using the energy crack to refine the spirit is a famous torture. In our era, only the bravest recruits had the courage to use the energy crack to refine the spirit. Oh, now I still remember the miserable shrieks floating above the crack. Hee. I remember when I first entered the barracks, there were only 5 people who dared to do it. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.